What's up? What's up? How we doing, peoples? Chewy, first as usual. Good morning. Good morning, Hilarious. I did not just wake up. Not this time. I actually was being very productive. I have multiple YouTube videos in production this morning. Uh, du- 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 du. Hmm. Here we go. Christian Garcia. Are you the Christian Garcia that I commonly hear the truth read out? Are you a truth dono merchant? Is that you? Or is that just a coincidence? The part 2 LR for this metal cooler celebration could be LR stand metal cooler core. Ooh, it could be. I guess we don't. Yeah, like you can't make your profile unit the metal cooler core. That is a good shout. I'm kind of okay with that. Metal cooler is one of those units, much like Goku Black, like with the clones, where they can get away with just doing a full, like, we're getting a metal cooler and then just get a metal cooler again as the part 2 LR. It just fits with the lore of, like, metal cooler, right? You shouldn't be expecting only one of him. Especially when they're alluding to the army and stuff already. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it. Okay. Big favor, chat. Big favor. So we still have a couple hours until the release, 2.5. When it releases, and then there's new stuff happening, can you remind me to change the title of the stream? So it's no longer the Metal Cooler Waiting Room, but then we'll change it to something more appropriate if we continue the stream, like, after the release. Would appreciate. Would appreciate. I mean, yeah, sure, double metal cooler doesn't sound like the right, like, financial decision. But, neither is releasing, like, a Dokkan Fest TN or Krillin or some shit. But that's probably gonna happen soon too, right? Do we like the chat box right there? Do we like the chat box on that side of the screen? Oh yeah, by the way, my lights are on today. I turned on all the lights. Oh, wait. I think the rainbow's dead. No. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it's dying. You could barely see the lights on it anymore. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Now it's on. It's just very much dying. That's probably going to shut off again. But I finally got the little batteries for the llama. We're chilling. Got the little light up llama. And this one I got more batteries for too. It takes the same batteries as the llama. But it's a tap button, so it's a tap light, so you're supposed to like hit it and then it turns on and glows, but I guess the problem is not that the batteries died because I replaced them and it still doesn't turn on. So I think the mechanism inside that detects the tap broke, so it doesn't turn on anymore. But now it's just a little Dragon Ball. And I did finally put all of my, like, Dragon Ball stuff right here on display. Because it was all in the back before, remember? I still have the power pole back there, just because there's no convenient place to put it in the front. But all the other Dragon Ball stuff I moved up. You can see the little Vegeta Sumi, the Goku soda can and stuff, the little figure on top. I guess it's all kind of small in the background. But then I put my figures from Battle Hour right here on the shelf. It's kind of neat. I am gonna move myself a little bit more back in frame though. Can't believe they released such an incredible bait banner. I don't know if it's gonna be bait. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, not every banner that isn't amazing... Oh, wow. Did that just say... Hold on. Where's the login bonus thing? We just got guide robos, didn't we? That's really good. Oh my god, I'm failing. We'll be in here. New content. Shouldn't the... Maybe they've been going, so they're, like, really low on here? Legit? Don't know. I don't think it's this far back. I'm not sure. I was gonna look at the login bonus thing. Maybe just because of all the Metacooler stuff. No, I did not do ESBR yet. That's what we were about to do. But I was saying, not every banner that comes out that doesn't have, like, a major release on it is a bait banner. Like, there's... Bait is only if it's some active trap that's supposed to look really good for some type of reason, but then there's also something looming on the horizon that you should not be spending your stones on. That is a bait banner. Just because it's, like, gonna be, like, a undesirable-ish 7 featured unit Dokkan Fest banner, and it's, like, the 2 new units are good, but then all the other stuff on it is, like, meh. That's not bait. That's, like, an obvious don't summon. Bait would be if they're like, hey, first 5 multis are half off. It's like, no. It's still not worth it. Save your stones, right? That's bait. So we'll see. I hope it isn't a bait banner. Oh yeah, I always forget I can use the Dragonstone button. This Dragonstone button is especially helpful for people who are, like, in the end game. Because it just helps filter out, like, most of the content. It's really nice. Bond of Friendship. Alrighty. You're 99% sure Dokkan's gonna Seza AGL Metal Cooler. Yeah. That's, probably likely. Because, like, who else is going to be EZAing during the celebration, right? There's not a lot of cooler units available. Oh, though, instead of doing the AGL Metal Cooler, they could do Physical Final Form Cooler, who is much, much closer to the time period of, like, being ready to Super EZA, because he's a 120 lead, as opposed to a 170 lead. You know, I know we got, like, int UI and stuff, but that was kind of an anniversary special. That wasn't, like, the typical thing we should expect all the time, right? So I actually don't think they'll do the AGL Metal Cooler Core. Okay. Bond of Friendship, interesting category, huh? Do we just... I mean, we just run Realm of Gods, right? Like... I guess we could do Goku's family. It would probably make this a little less RNG dependent. Let's do this. Wait. Physical... God Goku? Oh. Is he not on... my... Oh, he is on leaders. I just didn't see him there. Okay. Whoops. You're not planning on summoning Chewie? It's probably a good idea, to be honest. Yeah, you really can't spell form, can you? Yeah, sweep it with Realm of Gods. That's what I thought. We're going to do mostly Realm of Gods, but I do want to include Daima Forku, so... We'll just do it like this. We'll put Kaiku. That's fine. I mean, we have... like, this game mode isn't hard anymore, right? So I'm not really too concerned. It really isn't. And honestly, we're going to go 2 attack items. Normally, I just go 1 attack item. And then the rest are defensive. But I think we'll go 2 attack items this time. As I don't really care about no iteming them. I genuinely think it would be really cool if they were to start adding missions to Super Battle Road stages, because they could actually make Super Battle Road a tough game mode again. All they need to do is add category missions for the stages. So, like, you're playing the Bond of Friendship stage, but then you have, like, a Realm of Gods mission on it. You have, like, a Goku family mission on it, right? Different things like that. But then you could actually make the categories, like, really, really bad. Like, there could be a youth mission or something for this. That would just be so tough. Or, like, Peppy Gals or something like that, right? I think that would be a really cool way to level up Super Battle Road things. Oh, that was perfect. 7 orbs was exactly what we needed for him to get the 24. I probably should have swapped who I'm targeting. I don't really know what their HP pools look like here. But I was gonna say, one thing that would come with all of those missions is they would always be no item missions. So it'd be kind of pseudo-converting the really easy Super Battle Road stages into, like, modern challenge content, right? Like, not being able to use items would actually make these kind of contend for, like, tough stages. Sometimes. Because, like, the fact that you can still apply status effects to the enemies and none of them have any special effects that are ever applied to you, that just makes it a stat game, right? So as long as you're using modern teams. But then the missions that I came up with would kind of take away your ability to do that, right? So I think that's a much better idea to fill out challenge content than the whole Supreme Magnificent Battle Red Zone thing they're doing. That's just me. Chewy, when does... Oh, wait, not Chewy, but, like, Chewy. Juguetes? When does Cooler come out? In 2 hours and 24 minutes. 10 p.m. 10 p.m. How's it going, Terry? How are you doing, my dude? Oh, I realized that too when I was team building Chewy, that I could almost use my Link level team. So many of them are on it. Ah, damn. You know, let's just have some faith in... Oh, wait, no. Super Battle Road. There's not multiple phases, we're fine. I'm being silly. Says it for part 1, AGL Metal Cooler, Physical Final Form Cooler, and then Easy A Physical Golden Frieza. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they'll wait for Universe Survival Saga to do anything with that Frieza, to be honest. As cool as it would be for them to do something with it during, like, a Wicked Bloodline celebration, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Seza, the LR First Form Frieza Prime Battle. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's a good shout. There are a lot of options. There's a lot. They haven't done a lot with Wicked Bloodline in a long time. But also remember, we have the 2022 Worldwide Download Celebration units that people are talking about potentially easying. Oh, yeah, see? Christian Garcia just mentioned. Yep. Oh, no, you're good. You're good, Chewy. Your name is not confusing. It's only confusing because I have a regular in my chat here whose name is Chewy. You can see TJS Chewy. So the fact that I said Chewy, I didn't want my, you know, recurring Chewy to think I was referring to him. Yeah, Wicked Bloodline has not been top tier category in a very long time, right? This is kind of a weird... You know, I'm just gonna use a Ghost Usher. I'm sure everything would have been fine anyway, but whatever. And I'm gonna switch him. because we're not going to get a 24 key with the other Daimogoku anyway. So we don't really need the support from UI. We missed the EX. Oh no. Yeah, spamming items is the way to go. I didn't even factor that we're literally in a different fight, so I needed to put another Bulma up. I would have done that, I just didn't think of it. But I mean, we missed the EX anyway, so it's kind of fine. Yep, exactly. If the game doesn't require me... What? I got the EX with him? That's 17 key. That's funny. That's actually the first time I've done that. Get the EX with the 12 key and not the 18. I knew it was possible, just never actually done it before. Alright, so we are... drops in 2 hours. We are gonna be doing another reaction video after we get through this challenge content. I might do Union Masters next, actually. We'll see. Because I still have the Union Masters thing to do, too. Not gonna do Festival, but Union Masters we might. But I also want to make sure to have enough time to do that reaction video before Cooler drops. So I kind of want to just do that next, and then we can maybe do Union Master while we're filling in that time. Before the drop, we'll see, we'll see. Why does the Daima Super Saiyan 4 Goku 12 key look like such an old animation? I don't know. I honestly typically don't have a really, like, strong opinion on that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not, like, I don't have a good eye for those kind of things. I feel like when animations are bad quality and stuff, people are complaining about it, and a lot of the time, even after I hear heavy complaints about a specific animation set, and watching it again, I still don't even, like, see what people mean. Most of the graphics in the game look fine to me. The only thing that I've ever noticed where I'm like, oh god, that looks terrible, like, quality-wise, is when it's the enemy character that's all pixelated, because those are obviously, like, 144p. So it's really bad. But anything that feels like, I don't know. I guess you weren't even talking about, like, the animation quality. Like, the actual, like, HD qualityness, but you were maybe more just mentioning, like, what the screenshots actually show, right? To why it feels like an old animation. You just randomly want to get free-to-play units? I mean, do it up, do it up. Like, you mean you want them to release more for us to obtain, or you want to go, like, earn them in your account? Do you have all the units already, or are you talking about, like, finishing your collection? Because if you're speaking about finishing your collection, I know a lot of people that have been, on the craze doing that lately. By the way, are you French or British? Am I French or British is crazy. Neither. Those are actually, I'm sure it's coincidental, but those are actually two of the most, like, offensive, you know, like, nationalities that you could have put on me. As far as in the Dokkan community? Let's fix this. Wait, is that why? Oh, that's why it was behind before. Oh, no. Okay. Last stream, when I was doing my reaction video, I was informed that the chat box was behind. Like, that was visible on screen over here, was behind what I was actually seeing. And that's because I had the bottom part of it cropped off. Oops. I didn't realize I did that. I think it's because when I was initially setting up the chat bot, when there was no messages actually feeding into it, I thought that they would feed from top to bottom, not bottom to top. So I cut off the bottom to make it smaller, but I should actually cut the top, you know? Whatever, is what it is. Okay. Would I like a Dokkan Fest Mecha Frieza? I mean, yeah, why not? Mecha Frieza doesn't really do much in the series, but, like, he's already got multiple cards in game, so we know there's animations, right? Yeah, I guess. I don't really care what they put out. I don't really mind. I'm not too invested in, like, new releases, just because, like, new releases only relate to, like, new challenge content and stuff, and I'm not really, like, invested in that part of Dokkan at this point. So, I don't know. But yeah, I wouldn't mind it. That wouldn't anger me. It would definitely make sense. It would be a good opportunity to continue buffing Wicked Bloodline. Over like the last 5 years or so, Wicked Bloodline has been in a really, really tough state because like there's buffs here and there randomly, but they're never consistently enough for there to be like a full like Wicked Bloodline team. And the leader skill hasn't been buffed, right? You've been watching Ploof a ton recently, so you were just curious. What's a Ploof? Is that another content creator you're referring to, or like a show? You've been playing for 10 years one-shot, trying to unlock all your units' potential. Was able to do so with everything except for 10 STR units for whatever reason. I'm really short on medium STR orbs, can't figure out why. Yeah, investing orbs is tough. STR is a weird one to run out of. I feel like typically it's like int. But I guess it depends on what you've collected, right? Things can be different for everybody. He's a French Dokkan YouTuber. Gotcha. Took you around 600 stones to get AGL God Goku. You're summoning for him right now, or you're saying it did take you that long a while ago? Oh my god. Did you guys see how hard we just got hit right there? We just took 600k, and that was Daima Goku post-super. Wow. Right now you did? Wow. That's always a crazy thing to do. I mean, is the banner about to go away? Is that why? Does it actually go away like the second that Cooler's banner goes live? I don't know if it does or not. Because if it doesn't go away, then you definitely, like, would typically want to wait for the new banner to release first. Just in case there's, like, even better value there. Which, in this case, it's very unlikely that there would be better value, right? But still worth putting out there. If Dokkan adds AGL Metal Cooler to the banner, that's confirmed he'll easy A. Well, here's the problem. They're not really doing that anymore. Even UI Goku, Int UI, didn't have that situation happen for him, right? Because, int UI... Hold on. Okay. Int UI was on Dabura's banner, right? He got his Super Easy A during the anniversary, but then he wasn't on a banner. Like, you couldn't get him still. But then he was featured on Dabura's banner, I'm pretty sure it was. Or was it Majin Vegeta's banner? It was one of the two. But he, like, came up after, right? And was available later. And this was also a 170 lead, just like AGL Cooler is. So I think it's possible that even if Cooler is gonna Easy A, he just doesn't, he's just not on the banner. And he won't be available until, like, the next celebration or something. That's possible. You have Dokkan Info open right now? Yeah, I keep Dokkan Info open. It's important. It's important. Lots of good things to be seeing on there. I have like 10 reasons a day to go on Dokkan Info. Okay, for the moment, we're going to get back into link leveling here. Because we're going to get into that reaction video. So I need to move a couple things around real quick. Like on my screens. Oh no. There we go. I have too many windows open. Oh my goodness. And this is going to go here. Oh, uh-oh. Someone just saw the power level. Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself, Chewy. So I guess he's new around here. Yes, slightly over 9,000. Slightly. Not too much. Not too much. Okay, so, guys. Alright, we gotta do this. There we go. This is gonna work well. Okay, so we are gonna take a look at the complete history of 2016 Dokkan Battle. We last stream already reacted to the 2015 year of Dokkan Battle. Sorry, brain is lagging tonight. Oh my goodness. And so yeah, I came over to Shikra's channel to pull this video up, and then I realized 3 days ago, literally, oh, it's behind my face cam. Look! Literally 3 days ago, he released 2018. There's a new one. There's another one. I can't even keep up with reacting to these as fast as he's putting them out, so we gotta get a move on with these. We absolutely need to get a move on with these. So this one's probably not going to be quite as exciting because I have already seen it. My introduction to Sifra was... Oh, dang it. I lost that window. Oh, that's chat. Sorry, guys. Or here. I guess I can just leave this here. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay. Yeah, no. Hi, Janemba. That's the OST that was playing. Okay, so yeah, we reacted to the first year already. And then I have already seen this one, and the next one I've actually already seen as well. But that one is still going to be really exciting because it is the year I started playing Dokkan Battle, and I think it's also the best year in Dokkan history. Looking back at it, it's insane, right? So we're just going, but this was, oh, that's what I was saying. This was the first one that this is how I discovered Shikra. I came across this video and I watched it and I was like, oh, this is insane. I didn't know that there were any other years that had happened yet. And like, obviously the 2015 one would have been before this, but I didn't know. So it's actually been I want to say a few months since I've seen this. Yeah, it came out 2 months ago. I saw it like when it was new. So it's been a little while. But yeah, all right. Let me adjust the volume here. You guys will have to let me know if the volume is okay. All right. Get this one recorded here. And then, oh, yeah, and when I go full screen with it, the chat box is now up there. Should be, should look okay throughout. I still haven't bothered to get a background set up, so if the video is too bright and we can't see chat in it, then that'll be another thing to fix between the streams. But I already did create this layout, which makes it easy for me to switch back and forth between, like, this view and then this view. They're just, like, two separate things now, so that's a little easier for me. But the next thing will be putting a background on the chat if I need to. I feel like there was one other thing I was going to say before we started, but I don't remember. Oh, yeah, and then I also put Dokkan at the bottom, because that wasn't there before either. So you guys can watch me link level while we do this. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I am going to be recording this and turning it into a video like I did with the last one, so we'll do a quick intro for the YouTube people that'll be watching this later, and then we'll get right into it. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. So today we are going to be reacting to the complete history of 2016 Dokkan Battle. This will be taking a look back at the second year of the game's lifespan, so from the first anniversary all the way up, leading up to right before the second anniversary. So I think we're going to be kicking this off with a really, really exciting celebration with the release of Gogeta and Janemba for the first anniversary. So big shout outs to Shikra yet again for putting together one of these compilations. They just keep releasing them, and I imagine we're going to be able to watch every single year of Dokkan Battle's history at a certain point. So let's get into this second year here. And yeah.
Oh my god! What is it? What is it? It's Gogeta, I swear to God. Oh! Oh my god! Oh.
Alright, so not only are we starting out with Gogeta, we're also starting out with Rhyme Style, which is perfect.
Oh, I got Ultimate Gohan. That's nice. Where's Gogeta? Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Wait, I don't actually know who that is. Call me a fake fan, but this is also before my time.
Triple.
Let's go!
Okay, we know the boy D-Free.
Oh my god! Oh shit!
At this point, we are so deep in
Okay, obviously, nanogenics makes sense.
Yes! Dude, are you serious? Oh my god.
He's collabing with Nichigo, okay.
Please. All I need is Gogeta, man.
Wow, these were the days.
Dude, I want you to pull him just bad.
No way! Consecutive Gogetas is actually insane.
Oh my god, dude!
What? Because the rates for this guy were insanely low. That's definitely something that's going to be highlighted, is that the rates to get these guys were, like, very tough. And I'm pretty sure they were lowered on Global.
STR Gogeta was broken beyond belief. First off, he introduced the immense damage super attack multiplier, which was a level beyond supreme damage, making him a step above every other unit in the game right off the bat. Secondly, Gogeta introduced a new type of ability into the game, super effective against all types.
Right, that was the first anniversary,
would hit every unit as if they were a physical
the first anniversary mechanic.
Fighting an AGL enemy, Gogeta bypasses the type disadvantage and hits them for super effective damage. Fighting a type neutral enemy such as Tech, Int, or STR doesn't matter. They're getting hit as if they were physical. This ridiculously OP offensive mechanic, coupled with his tremendously high stats and additional 7,000 attack from his passive, made Gogeta by far the hardest hitting unit in the game. Third, he had a fantastic link set, boasting key links such as Over in the Flash, Prepared for Battle, and Fused Fighter, allowing him to seamlessly link with the best units at the time. And last but most importantly,
broken
STR
release, yeah, that's
Gogeta
probably a
had
huge
by far
understatement.
the greatest leader skill in the history of the game. All types key 3, attack up by 3,000. This completely invalidated every other leader skill at the time, as there was no reason to run any other team other than Double Gogeta. Every unit in the game, and every future unit that would be released, could be run on Gogeta's team. Not many people remember now, but the difference between a full Dokkan Fest team under a Double Gogeta lead and a Double Gogeta lead consisting of a team of 6 Cybermen was unbelievable.
Oh wow, it used to say max. I'm pretty sure we saw this in the last video, but I'm just pointing it out here too. That like it used to say max instead of the actual level that they were at. I don't even know when that changed. I don't know if I was playing the game when it said max, because that looks so foreign to me. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Very weird. Also, what is with this view? I guess this is just cropped from in-game, where we're actually seeing the friend lead applied.
Small. Because a Double Gogeta lead would give your units a flat 6,000 attack increase instead of a percentage-based boost, physical Cybermen with their pitiful attack stats could deal actual damage to the enemies.
There's no way. We're just reliving this in 2026.
The only unit in the game that mattered.
How about a flat boost so the Cybermen become busted?
And dominated every Dokkan event in the game with very little difficulty. You either had him or your account was several hundred steps behind. Even day 1 players were re-rolling their accounts just to pull STR Gogeta. There will likely never be another unit in Dokkan ever that will surpass STR Gogeta's strength on release. For the first anniversary, Dokkan actually released 2 Dokkan Fest simultaneously.
Okay, that is actually insane to think about, right? Because that's obviously one of the big things that is commonly memed about Gogeta, is the fact that he has, like, this insane power creep that he just gapped the rest of the game by so much that it was like, it genuinely hurt you if you didn't have him, right? So it is kind of insane to think about some people comparing, like, when Beast Gohan released to that, because, like, yeah, Beast Gohan was that much better, but he also wasn't, like, necessary, right? Like, you could still get by and clear all the new challenge content if you didn't have Beast Gohan. Like, he was good, but, like, just having him as a friend lead was enough, because, like, it wasn't everything about his card, right? Like, maybe the kit itself was that strong, and he was individually that strong, but you also gotta remember with Gogeta, it was the double leader skill thing that was happening, right? And there's been no other unit since then where you really, really needed them for their leader skill, because you needed to have it on your side and the friend leader side, and then that created this insane combo. There's always been, like, another option, especially as we get further and further into the category meta, there's just always another option for a leader, right? Even if you don't pull a character and you can only use it as a friend. So
the game's very first dual Dokkan Fest.
It's just an unfortunate byproduct of, like, early days, right?
Powerful, though nowhere near Gogeta's level. To be fair to Janemba, no other unit in the game was. So when compared to the previous top tier units in the game, Janemba was more than good enough.
The funny thing about Janemba is he actually aged better than Gogeta. His defensive abilities, guarding all attacks, that definitely aged a lot better.
He was an amazing tank with a great link set that included shocking speed, making him a great run on Gogeta's team and in teams.
Yeah, when I first started playing, Dokkan Battle in 2017, I would still find use for that Int Janemba. And granted, this would have also had to do with their Dokkan Awakenings that came later, / then, like, Easy A's down the road and stuff. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, that Int Janemba for me was usable for a while, and the STR Gogeta kind of wasn't ever.
Ultimate Gohan, who were mediocre banner units on Gogeta's banner, Janemba's banner featured the supremely powerful physical Super Saiyan Gotenks. He was a perfect linking partner.
I guess, yeah, that is the first dual Dokkan Fest. That's a good shout, Chewie.
Attack sealer in the game. To wrap up the first anniversary, we have to address one of the biggest misconceptions in all of Dokkan. During the first anniversary of the global version of Dokkan, SSR rates across the board were lowered around the end of July from 7% to 5%.
That's
People
insane.
have misremembered exactly when this decrease in the SSR rate happened and have falsely spread the notion that Dokkan lowered the SSR rates for the first anniversary so people would have a harder time to pull Gogeta.
Which is exactly what I just said earlier in this video.
Until 2.5 weeks after Gogeta's release.
Wow.
During the release of the shitty Limit Break banner on Global. And
Interesting.
They were lowered across
Okay.
all existing banners. So while Global did experience reduced SSR rates during the tail end of the first anniversary, it was almost 3 weeks after Gogeta's release. So while we don't exactly know why they decided to lower the rates, it wasn't done to make it harder for global players to acquire Gogeta. Still a massive dick move by Dokkan though. At the
Yeah,
end of
definitely horrible.
February, they also began Dokkan awakening the strike units into SSRs, starting with AGL Vegeta, who was quite bad. Moving on from the first anniversary, at the beginning
V-Jump.
of March, we got Dokkan Fest Physical Full Power Frieza. He was the second unit to have an immense damage super, and he was the hardest hitting unit in
Wait,
the game.
how big must... I mean, I guess we already knew there was like the, 100 million download celebration or something that happened in the first year of the game's lifespan, but how big must this game have been to get featured in V-Jump? Because it makes sense that V-Jump features Dokkan Battle now, but this random, shitty, free mobile app, this, like, little card collecting thing that, like, has only ever existed for a year, and then it's big enough and good enough to be in V-Jump, that's interesting. That must have been a good takeoff, right?
After STR Gogeta, he gained an astonishing 120% attack on Super, and linked surprisingly well with Gogeta, as he had Over in a Flash and Fierce Battle, the latter being a link that almost all units who Dokkan awakened from a Dokkan event possessed. On Global, Frieza was the first unit with immense damage, as he came out prior to the first anniversary. This led to his Dokkan event being nigh impossible for many global players, as this event was created with STR Gogeta in mind, who wasn't out yet on the global version. Frieza had a countdown super that one-shot pretty much every unit in the game. Due to this mechanic, the Namek Super
Imagine
Saiyan
dying
Goku
to
that was
300,000.
released alongside Frieza had the ability to survive KO attacks when HP was 30% or above.
Big
and
shout
also
outs to this
counter
guy.
Frieza's
I love
one-shot
this guy.
super. At the end of March,
Another
we
unit
also
that's
got
relevant in
GT Banner
2026
featuring
with his
GT
survival
Super
KOs.
Saiyan 2 Goku and Metal Rildo, who were both solid, but nothing noteworthy. Moving ahead to the beginning of April, we got the last 3 key attack up by 3000 lead, Dokkan Fest in Ultimate Gohan. He was one of the best damage dealers in the game, and greatly stacked attack on Super, similar to AGL Kaioken Goku. He also had shocking speed, and was able to get super attacks off at 7 key, making him a very comfortable run on any team you ran him on. Physical and AGL Ultimate Gohan also received Dokkan Awakenings, with Physical Gohan being a poor man's Gogeta with his all types 3 key leader skill. AGL Ultimate Gohan was slightly less impressive than his physical counterpart, but he did decent damage and had a 20% chance to stun the enemy on Super. Ultimate Gohan's Dokkan event had a similar skill to Dokkan event Broly's Rampage, and this event required units with a wall standing tall link to bypass his damage reduction, which consists.
Okay, there's been... they did a weird thing. I'll mention the 2026 relevant thing for this. Is the fact that we didn't have the visibility of this screen anymore for a long time. Right? Like these little, like, passive effects where you needed to have a certain link skill and stuff. And like certain units would be like more powerful in Dokkan events. Those effects were still there even after they did that big, like, you know, HUD revamp where everything looks different, or I guess just a UI revamp. Then they like consolidated a lot of that information for us. They made more of like the drops and stuff available, like visible to you on the front page of like the event you're about to play instead of having to go dig into the information to find that. But they also got rid of this stuff at that time, which was long before they actually removed their effects from the game, so that's kind of funny. But yeah, so it looks like this wasn't added into the game until year 2. Which I guess made sense for back then when this was actually considered challenge content, right?
Of Majin Buu units. However, if you had STR Gogeta, you could just blow Gohan's back out without even running any Buu units. Interestingly, Ultimate Gohan's Dokkan event was bugged on release for Global, as his damage reduction skill didn't activate, making his event a cakewalk on global compared to other Dokkan events. Alongside Ultimate Gohan, on April 1st, Dokkan released 2 units that rival the power of STR Gogeta.
Nah. Okay. I was like, what? Who's he talking about?
These 2 free-to-play units
Is that-
Dokkan awakened from their very own Dokkan
Is that
event.
real though? They were good? Hold on.
Yamcha did huge damage on Super, which was several levels lower than Supreme and Immense. They also had incredible links such as Speedy Retribution, which they only shared with other Yamcha units.
Okay, he's being ironic.
Their
He's being
passive
ironic.
skills lowered their defense
Yeah,
and
yeah,
attack
yeah. Okay.
respectively at the start of turn. Tech
He's-
Yamcha was capable of tanking the weakest bosses in the game with his godly passive, and
Yeah.
AGL Yamcha outdamaged every single unit in the game that didn't attack. Truly, 2 of the units of all time. In the middle of April, Tech Majin Vegeta received a Dokkan Awakening from
Okay, as funny as that little bit was from Shikra, I do kind of wish that he went over more of like what went down with that celebration, because one notable thing about those Yamchas is that you earned the copies of the cards through missions, which means there's a limited amount that you can get. And there are players out there who just don't have those cards rainbowed or something because of how long ago they released. Are we still prior to the hidden potential system? Yeah. The hidden potential system doesn't exist yet. So if people played that long ago, then maybe they wouldn't have had the extra copies of Yamcha because they would have just fed them in as super attack when he first released, and they've never rectified that since.
the Hero Extermination event, and his banner marked the first ever Double Race banner, excluding this limited time Christmas one. He was also the second attack all unit in the game after Broly. What made Majin Vegeta stand out was the fact that he had Over in a Flash, as well as a Saiyan Link set. This made him a perfect option on Gogeta's team, and arguably a better option for World Tournament than Broly, as it was pretty easy for Majin Vegeta to get a super attack off on Gogeta's
World Tournament
team.
mention?
STR Super Saiyan 2 Trunks and Great Saiyan Man Super Saiyan 2 also released on a separate banner a few days later, with Great Saiyan Man being mid, and Trunks being an incredible support unit for STR Gogeta. The first ever Golden Week celebration dropped on April 20th, which featured a rerun of STR Gogeta and several other Dokkan Fests. For those who don't know, Golden Week refers to a period of several national holidays in Japan that fall from late April into early May, and Dokkan typically releases a major banner every year during this time. Needless to say, the return of the god of the game was more than enough to carry the hype of the first ever Golden Week celebration. A week later, we got the introduction of the Giant Ape mechanic in Dokkan in the form of 3 new summonable SSRs.
Oh wow. Okay,
Great Ape
the Giant Ape
Vegeta,
mechanic came
Raditz,
here.
and Kid
Interesting,
Goku.
interesting.
These characters had a chance to turn into a Great Ape once per battle, wherein they would become the only attacking character on the battlefield. While in this state, you didn't take any damage, but you can't use items or the abilities of the base card. This might sound broken on paper, but the Giant Ape mechanic was quite underwhelming on release, as it was far too RNG dependent on when characters would transform. The base characters themselves too were quite mediocre, so we'll just move right past them. On May 1st, we got a new Dokkan Fest.
Those were quite different back in the day too, right? Because giant forms have gotten many buffs over time. That was a weird mechanic that I think they didn't really think through fully. Because one big thing that hurt them was that it's only them out there, so they're not linking with anyone. And that's still a problem they have now, is that their links aren't active. But they also didn't give them anything extra in their passive to make up for the links not being there. And especially back in the day, where the amount of like attack support and stuff you could get from links would be about 50% of what your passive could offer you, whereas today it's a way smaller percent than that. It was important to have those things up, right? So them not being able to have that hurt, and then also, I mean, I don't even think there is a hidden potential system yet, but even for a long time, years after the hidden potential system released, you weren't able to like use crits additionals and stuff like that in the Giant Ape form, and now you can, right? So those things have all changed stuff over time, and now they obviously build them better, where they give them like huge attack potential and stuff.
STR Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. He was the best tank in the game and linked perfectly with Gogeta, sharing Over in a Flash and several other links with them. He also had a high chance to stun on
That is
Super,
a pretty
making him
crazy
one of the best cards
percentage
in the meta, despite the
to
meta
have
mainly
in
revolving around offense.
like the
Tech
first year of the
Super
game's
Saiyan 3
lifespan,
Vegeta also Dokkan
or second,
awakened,
I guess.
and he had a all types 3 key leader skill, making him a great leader for people who didn't have Gogeta. At the end of the month,
I'm actually kind of curious because I know for a long time, from like year 3 to like year 6-ish, around there, I was using AGL Golden Frieza and Tech Golden Frieza because they're just straight up, here's all this damage reduction, was enough to tank everything in the game. Why doesn't Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta go down in history that same way? Because he also has that, just like a huge damage reduction potential that lasts for a long time, right?
another GT banner, almost as if these GT banners were building up to something. This banner featured STR Super Saiyan 3 GT Goku.
There was a
and
little
Int
flash
Super
of
Baby
second
2.
anniversary.
Baby was the Int-type nuking lead, and had a solid passive that raised attack by 70%. Super Saiyan 3 GT Goku was
Okay, because there was a
STR
turn
nuking
cap
lead,
on his.
and was a really
So he's
good
only
support unit, giving all allies
7 turns. That was
45%
actually
attack.
like
STR
enough
was
to be
already
relevant.
far
Like
and away
you
the
were doing
strongest
content
tank
for
in
longer
the
than
game,
7 turns.
and Dokkan for whatever reason decided to release more STR over and a flash units to solidify Gogeta's dominance. The final Dokkan Fest banner of this meta released on May 31st, featuring Dokkan Fest Tech Beerus, as well as the return of STR Gogeta. Beerus entered into a rage mode for 1 turn when HP was 30% or less, which functioned exactly like the Giant Ape mechanic. This card was insane. He could become invincible for a few turns, while also dealing out free damage to the enemy. Beerus' banner came with a new Int Super Saiyan God Goku, who gained 70% attack and defense when HP was 50% or higher. His strangely low defense stat, however, made the defensive increase from his passive pretty much worthless. However, the main draw of this God Goku was his typing. He was the first Int unit with Over and a Flash, allowing players to finally build a complete Over and a Flash rainbow team. STR Beerus also Dokkan awakened, and had the potential to dish out more damage than any other unit in the game, with his high chance to get a staggering 200% attack from his passive.
That is kind of a lot for
Moving
back
on to
then.
the
That's
final
pretty
two
good.
banners of this meta.
Xeno
We got the second-ever
Trunks!
Double race banner and the Dokkan awakening of physical Xeno Trunks. Xeno Trunks received one of the biggest
Wow.
blow-ups ever and became a legendary card among the Dokkan community.
This
He is
guy
now the third attack
released in 2015. Easy or Dokkan Awakened in 2016, and then Easy 8 in 2026. That is so insane. That is like what?
all unit in the game, and gained 4 ki when HP was below 80%. This, coupled with the fact that he now had prepared for battle in his Link set, made him a fan favorite in World Tournament teams. The final banner released on June 20th, featuring 5 new Great Ape units, Great Ape Bardock and his crew. All 5 units had a 10% chance to turn
All of them
into a
still
Great
do
Ape,
not have farmable
unlike the
super
previous
attacks.
batch of Great Ape units that only had a 7% chance to transform. However, just like the previous batch, these Great Ape units were also underwhelming in base. To wrap up this era of Dokkan, they released a countdown to Dragon Ball's 30th anniversary campaign. 5 days into the countdown, Dokkan teased the upcoming release of the first ever LR unit in the game as a free
Wow.
card.
I didn't realize he
And on
was
the final
released for
day
the
of the
30th
countdown,
anniversary.
Dokkan hinted at a massive Dokkan festival on the horizon. Many players were understandably excited at the release of the first ever
Okay. Yeah, AGL Super Vegeta was still definitely on my radar. He was like the best unit in the game when I started playing.
LR and a new
For,
major
like,
Dokkan Fest.
A month
However,
or 3 weeks or
players had
something.
no
And
idea
then
that this upcoming release,
that wasn't true anymore.
Just like Broly almost a year ago, would completely change the landscape of Dokkan, perhaps far more than before. Five months after the release of Super Gogeta, we finally got Super Vegito introduced into Dokkan. He introduced the biggest leader skill jump we had ever seen in the game, giving AGL types 3 ki and 70% to HP, attack, and defense. Before this, The best leader skills in the game gave either ki and a flat attack boost, or a percentage-based boost to a single stat. AGL Super...
Yeah, so that is actually, hold on, let's go back a couple of seconds here. This is the first leader skill. This is like the first little sapling of modern Dokkan, where you're getting all 3 stats and ki to like a subset of units. That's actually insane, because from here on they get very linear, right? It's hard to remember like what came before this because it was all those weird statistics and stuff, but from this point forward they just kept doing this exact same leader skill and raising the percentages over and over and over again until categories became a thing, right?
Attack and defense. Before this, the best leader skills in the game gave either ki and a flat attack boost, or a percentage-based boost to a single stat. AGL Super Vegito buffed all stats by a massive 70%, and gave AGL types 3 ki on top of that. This completely killed Rainbow teams, and earned units with this type of leader skill the title of God Lead. Not only
Which is something I still really wish they would do
leader skill in the game, he was also the
to this day.
class Dokkan Fest to have 7 links instead of 6.
And like, okay, obviously like the type team meta wouldn't really work nowadays because there's too many good units across categories that if you just had a 200% lead for Super AGL, it'd be over, you know? Like, you'd be able to, any given typing. Maybe there'd be 1 or 2 typings where it'd still be a little tough. I don't know, like extreme tech or extreme int maybe wouldn't be that great or something, right? But like, for the most part, every team would just be like balls to the wall busted because there's just way too many options to choose from now, right? That's really the tough thing about having like types only. And then if you just nerf the leader skills and make it lower, so it's only 160% to typings, then no one's gonna run the teams. So it's just not good enough, right?
He boasted 2 of the 3 best key links in the game, and also had an incredible Saiyan link set to boot. Furthermore, he also raised all allies' attack by 30% for 1 turn, including himself in his super attack effect, making him hit slightly harder than just immense damage. And last but certainly not least, let's talk about Vegito's passive. He reduced damage received from normal attacks by 80%, making him completely invincible from normal attacks. Although he could still take sizable damage from enemy supers, the massive HP and defense increase from his leader skill, on top of the fact that you could just run units that seal enemy super attacks alongside Vegito, resulted in super attacks not being detrimental to him at all. He also introduced a new type of ability into the game, counters. Every time Vegito was hit by a normal attack,
it's crazy that this
enemy with a special attack.
It's actually crazy to think about the fact that counters didn't exist in the game when it started, so it had to be added at some point, and it got added not during an anniversary. Like, attacks effective against all types and guard is an anniversary mechanic. But this isn't an anniversary mechanic? That's crazy to me.
Upon reading Vegito's initial details, many people believed he was underwhelming and inferior to Super Gogeta, thinking he was simply a tank with no offensive power. But that was before people witnessed firsthand just how broken this new ability was.
And Vegito's gonna just block, and he's gonna take out the Goku. Bye, Gokusa! 196k on the counter. Jeez, but this Vegito is so OP, man. That counter is just, that is the icing on the cake. That's what makes him probably the best card in this game.
Yeah, counters actually did a lot of damage back then.
Counter attacks, each which did slightly less damage than his super attack.
Unfortunately, as the game continued on, they just got more and more useless.
Out-damaging every unit in the game, and he was still in a discussion as the hardest hitting unit in the game months later due to this ludicrous
159,000 was hard hitting. Oh man.
That it was optimal to run rare units such as Ninja Murasaki and Ocean and Shenron, as they were the only AGL ceiling units at the time. He was easily the best unit in the game, and completely warped the meta, almost on the same level as STR Gogeta on release. Vegito's banner is also among the best banners in the history of the game. Not only was the previous god of the game on the banner, his banner also introduced the physical type god lead, Physical Broly. Broly was the first character to receive a second Dokkan Fest exclusive card, and he was very powerful, though
Wait.
not on the same level as Vegito.
He didn't have his
He was
own
the first
release.
unit in the game that had the ability to launch an additional super attack.
What?
So even
He
though
just
gets
released
supreme damage
on
instead of immense,
the
his
banner
ability
with
to double super
Vegito, huh?
on top of the flat 7,000 attack buff he got from his passive made him one of the hardest hitting units in the game. Unfortunately, his pitiful defensive stat made him a bit of a glass cannon. Mono Physical wasn't as powerful as Mono AGL due to the lack of any real physical tanks, but it was capable of dishing out quite a lot of damage.
They already have the
Vegito
HO
and
Golden
Broly
Frieza there. Did you see that?
77 medals to Dokkan Awaken, but thankfully, their Dokkan events now drop 7 medals per clear instead of the usual 1 medal, though it now costs 50 stamina to take on their
Ooh.
super difficult stage.
Who was around for that? Show of hands, chat. Who was around for the 50 stamina Dokkan events? Some people don't know the pain. Some people don't know the pain. And this sadistic... Who is this? With the scenario on? Ain't no way. Oh my.
Additionally,
Holy
their
time
Dokkan
waste.
events were some of the most difficult stages to date. You needed units with the fierce battle link to bypass Vegito's monstrous damage reduction, and considering TURs were still quite rare for many players, it was borderline impossible for most people to complete Vegito's Dokkan event. Tech Vegito and Int Vegito also Dokkan Awakened from Super Vegito's Dokkan event, and they were slightly better now, with Int Vegito gaining more attack per key sphere obtained, and Tech Vegito now raising all allies' attack and defense by 30%. Broly's Dokkan event was equally challenging, possessing the previous Dokkan Fest Broly's Rampage ability. Some players were able to brute force their way through Broly's ridiculously high defense with units that had the Blazing Battle link, but most players were helpless before Broly's onslaught. However, people soon discovered that there was a summonable SR unit with the ability to single-handedly decimate physical Broly. SR Master of Magic Goldo. Goldo
Interesting.
had the ability to reduce the enemy's defense to 0 for 3 turns when he was hit, which allowed players to obliterate Broly with their regular teams. This made Broly's Dokkan event a breeze, and SR Goldo was revered by the Dokkan community. 2 days prior to the release of Vegito and Broly, they actually released the first ever LR card into the game as a free-to-play unit, LR Super Saiyan Goku. This free LR could be farmed from the Transcendent Warrior Prime Battle event.
I love the free.
And you needed
Free.
777
Yeah.
medals to Dokkan Awaken Goku into a LR.
Which was
This event
insane to
dropped
do back
either
then,
5,
right?
7, 10, 15.
That was like
20
asking you to
medals,
get
with 5 and 7 being by far the most common.
Yeah, that was like
This event
asking you to get
cleared its
777
event
link level
over
10s.
100 times just to acquire all 777 medals. Emphasis on clear. Most players had trouble beating this event once, let alone 100 times. You see, this event could only be attempted by Super Strike units, who for the most part were not great. Coupled with the fact
There also
that the
wasn't
enemy
18 of
Goku
them
was
yet.
incredibly hard and could one-shot most of your units, resulted in many players not getting LR Goku for many months, with most people outright choosing not to even grind the medals for Goku. However, despite this free LR Goku being a pain in the ass to obtain, he was actually insanely good. He was capable of reaching level 150 and had the highest stats in the game as a result. LR units also had a 24 key meter and launched a Colossal Super at 12 key and an Ultra Super Attack at 18 key that did Mega Colossal damage. Both of these new Super Attack multipliers were stronger than immense damage, and LR Goku also gained a massive 10,000 attack from his passive, making him the hardest hitting unit in the game over Super Gogeta and Super Vegito with less than 3 counters.
I wonder if the fact that the clause in his passive said when facing one enemy was specifically for like World Tournament or something. Seems like an odd thing to put in his kit back then. Unless there was one specific thing they were trying to avoid him being able to just dominate.
Super Warrior Saga event. A new stage was added every day to this event, so players could experience famous scenes from the Dragon Ball anime, from original Dragon Ball to the currently airing Goku Black art. Alongside this event, they released 4 trophy cards.
You know how painful that is to see? Let's run that one back. Chat, look at Look at all of these stages that you're never going to get to play. Look at the person who's at the first place on the quest clears leaderboard. Look at all of these stages they got to play that we're never going to get to play. Look at all of that. Look how unnecessary that is. Completely unnecessary. 20... Oh, I'm sorry, 30 stages from one event. That's horrible.
The openings of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super, respectively. At the end of the month, they released a Universe.
It actually took me a really long time to realize that those were designated from sagas.
Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta.
Those releases of units.
Unfortunately, the first ever hit card was quite underwhelming, only having some decent stunning capabilities. Piccolo 2 was awful, but Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta were nukers that gained 15% attack per physical and tech key spheres obtained.
Okay, wait, there's something I'm a little bit confused about. When did Dragon Ball Super start airing? Because I'm pretty sure Dragon Ball Super would have started airing very shortly, like in 2016. Shortly in 2016. But we got a hit card already? Was he only ever in the manga? Or were we already far enough in the anime that the Universe 6 vs. 7 saga had happened? So we know about the Universe 6 characters? Like, why are they in Dokkan here? That's really weird.
Perfectly with their nuking leader counterparts, and became the best nukers in the game. Though nuking started to diminish drastically in popularity with the start of the
2015 was when it came out. Okay, that makes sense then. Maybe we would have been far enough in at this point.
Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks was a unique card with 3 different super attacks depending on the amount of ki he had.
But also, surely then, like, the Universe 6 characters couldn't have been that old as far as their existence in the anime before they released in-game.
Did immense damage, and at 12 ki, he did extreme damage and greatly lowered defense. This meant that to maximize Gotenks' damage, you wanted to aim for 11 ki and avoid getting 12 ki at all
Yep,
costs.
I remember those shenanigans. There were a couple of units like that.
Gotenks had Over and a Flash, so in the middle slot linked with 2 other Over and a Flash units, Gotenks would automatically sit at 12 ki. However, if you were able to get an 11 ki super attack with Gotenks, he would become one of the hardest hitting units in the game, as he also gained 120% attack on super, similar to full power Frieza.
Yeah, UI Goku got released, literally the day that he released in the anime. It was the same day, yeah.
Consistently. Gotenks' Dokkan event was quite annoying, as he was incredibly tanky, and his weakness was Super Buu and Piccolo units, both of which had 0 good units at the time. Quite shockingly, the next Dokkan Fest released only 9 days after Gotenks.
Is that still there? Hold on, tiny unimportant detail.
And Piccolo
on the unparalleled Paragon of Hope, does it still have the little image of Goten and Trunks doing the fusion right here? If so, I kind of want to steal that. That's a cute little art.
Both of which had 0 good units at the time. Quite shockingly,
I don't know if I've ever noticed that before.
Released only 9 days after Gotenks, and people realized exactly which unit we were about to get from the Dokkan event teaser.
Yes, sir.
AGL Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku
Incorrect. That is not a Kaioken Goku.
introduced a new type of leader
Unfortunately.
in the game. HP, attack, and defense plus 100% to a certain type.
Okay, so this had to be like
This type of leader skill will refer to as
decently
demigod
close to the
leads,
release
as
of like
they
the
get 30%
pinnacle of the
off
6-7
all
arc,
stats
right?
and god leads in exchange for no increase to ki.
Yeah,
This
that's
type of
just
leader skill was
so
inferior
insane for
the
them
god
to not have
leads,
named him
though it was
Kaioken
quite
Goku.
popular to mix and match god lead and demigod leads in exchange for slightly higher stats. Blue Goku himself was a beast of a unit. He had the best link set in the game, possessing shocking speed, prepared for battle, and over in a flash. He also hit like a truck, gaining an astonishing 20,000 attack and 10,000 defense for the first 10 turns of battle. This
I didn't
also
realize
allowed
how
the
much
turns where Goku
flat buff
himself was
shenanigans
present,
went on in
so
the
it's
early parts of the
easier to
game.
think of it as Goku's
There's actually been a
five
lot of
abilities
characters that are
starting
offering
with his
these flat
initial
buffs.
turn. Unfortunately, his name in-game was Super Saiyan Blue Goku, and not Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Goku, meaning you couldn't link him with other Blue Gokus.
Very
The
dumb.
reason
Very
Dokkan
dumb.
did this is because alongside Blue Kaioken Goku, they Dokkan awakened the old AGL Resurrection of F Goku. This was perhaps the strongest Dokkan awakening of an old unit to date. Blue Goku gained prepared for battle upon becoming a TUR, and his passive increased from 80% to 100% when performing a super attack. He hit almost as hard as Dokkan Fest Blue Goku, and Dokkan was probably scared of this rotation being too powerful if they were able to be linked together.
I don't know. You might be able to put out a theory like that like they had a specific reason for that subset of time, but then they've also done the same thing with Zamasu's, because we don't have like merge Zamasu, right? And like Rage Trunks, exactly. That's another good shout. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it was because of that specific situation, because it seems to be a running theme of a problem, right? So I don't know if I want to give them that pass. There's got to be something more to it.
Awakening into a TUR, but he didn't change much and was still in a similar spot as before. AGL Super Vegito returned on Goku's banner, but hilariously, Super Vegito was replaced by Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta on Global, and they simply pasted Vegeta's art over Vegito in the celebration.
Wow, you can actually see it behind there. I feel like I remember hearing about that.
Furious over this change. In the middle of August, we got a V-Jump leak that revealed the last two God Leads, Buhan the N-Type God Lead, and Omega Shenron the STR God Lead. For those who don't know, V-Jump is a monthly magazine in Japan that promotes video games that are released based on brands which exist or existed in Jump magazines such as Dragon Ball, Naruto, Yu-Gi-Oh!, etc. Back in the first several years of Dokkan, we would get the reveals for the next Dokkan Fest and themes for major celebration days in advance through V-Jump. This was one of the first times
V-Jump was the original data miner?
Dokkan through V-Jump. The other time being a poll V-Jump held a few months prior for what old SSR's players wanted to see get a Dokkan awakening, which will be relevant in a little bit. But before that, on August 18th, we got a double rates banner that came.
Wait, who would we have picked? Hold on, let's go look at that that list. Okay, who do we got here? Covered by me. There's no one covered by me. You can see Cooler above and Gohan below. There's no one else there on the image. Yeah, who would you have picked? Who would be your selection for a Dokkan Awakening? I mean, obviously it was probably just the Saiyans, right? Like everyone's choosing Super Saiyan 2 Goku or like Vegeta. I mean, I guess maybe people could go for like big ticket villains. I don't know how much villains were being used. Physical Super Saiyan 2 Goku, exactly, right? That is kind of the obvious one. Piccolo and Cell. I know, dang, they should have picked this Tech Piccolo that still doesn't have an awakening to this day. That's really funny. Yeah, this Cell either. Wow, okay. That's really funny.
Which will be relevant in a little bit. But before that, on August 18th, we got a double rates banner that came with the Dokkan Awakening of Int Turles. Turles was crazy. He was now an all-types 3-key leader.
And this guy doesn't have an easy A.
And 20% attack from his passive. He was invaluable for World Tournament teams, and would soon become a major asset on Int Buhan's team. A week after Turles, we got a Dragon Ball Fusions banner.
Oh, that's what the... Whoa! This is what the Fusions banner looked like? Why does this artwork look cooler than... Here, let me hide my, my webcam for you really quick. Why does this artwork look so much cooler than a lot of the other banner images they've shown? I feel like there's more put into this one. That's kind of nice. I don't hate that.
Accessories from the Dragon Ball Fusions game. Pandel and Bullpen were decent support units.
Which, by the way, I looked this up. There's like 150 unique characters playable in that game that are only ever featured in that game and nowhere else in Dragon Ball. So there's potentially a lot more we can see at some point in time in Dokkan from that game.
Super attack changed depending on his super attack level. From super attacks level 1 through 4, he would do immense damage. At super attack levels 5 through 9, he would do immense damage and lower attack and defense. Super attack
yeah.
Level 10, he had a 30% chance to greatly raise attack even more. And
this is one of the most annoying things that's come to the game that I wish they would just not do. This is dumb. And obviously this is kind of antiquated at this point because if, you know, most of the time in the modern day, you're not going to use a unit unless it's at link or like unless it's at SA10. So, you know, you're not going to have to bother with a lot of the shenanigans most of the time, but I just think it's a dumb system because it's so hard to keep track of. Like, and viewing the upcoming information on a card for that kind of stuff is impossible. You can't actually see this effect in game until you get him to the SA level that he needs to be at for that effect to be there. He can't be at SA5 and then know what it's going to look like at SA10. You just have to get him there, right? So I feel like that's really annoying.
Greatly lower attack and defense. Thankfully, you could farm Buhan's super
And don't even get me
attack
started on
from the
SA15
SCR
now that
Buhans
unit's
that
easy
dropped
A.
in the first
Ugh,
stage of his Dokkan
so dumb.
event. And speaking of which, Buhan's Dokkan event was equally as annoying as Tech Gotenks's, as Buhan was incredibly tanky, and you needed units with the power bestowed by God Link to deal with his healing in later phases. Back to Buhan, he gained 12% attack and recovered 3000 HP per key sphere obtained. He was capable of hitting as hard as every other top tier
That HP
Dokkan
recovery
boss,
was probably
while also
insane back then,
significantly
too.
healing your HP. Buhan was the best villain unit we had seen to date, and he also had a decent link set, possessing shocking speed, which he shared with Ultimate Gohan and Janemba. Fast forward to the middle of the month, we got another double race banner that featured characters that got random Dokkan awakenings here and there throughout the last few months. Remember that V-Jump poll that was held a couple months ago? The winner of that poll was Tech Super Saiyan 2 Goku, and he received a Dokkan awakening in the middle of August. The banner also featured Tech Future Gohan, AGL Super Saiyan 2 Goku, and Physical Super Saiyan 2 Goku, all of whom received a Dokkan awakening just a week prior due to placing in the top 7 on that poll.
And all those Super
These
Saiyan 2
units only
Gokus still don't
received
have
a supreme
farmable super
damage
attacks.
super, as only the winner was given an immense damage super
GG's.
attack upon becoming a TUR. The next day, Dokkan dropped the second demigod.
That art is pretty sick,
Tech
though,
Golden
yeah.
Frieza. He
Oh,
was an
here we go,
amazing
God
tank,
of the game.
reducing damage received by 70%, and was able to hit decently hard with his 70% attack buff from his passive. He also greatly lowered defense on Super, which was a very valuable trait to have in this era of Dokkan.
That's actually really
AGL
funny.
Golden Frieza also
Like, we incepted the game by making the very first challenging boss, like, have this wall of defense that you couldn't break through. And so, giving units and a super attack effect with the ability to lower the enemy's defense was relevant back then, because the hardest bosses in the game, like, and you have to think about this too, we've kind of moved on from the conversation of like, oh, this scary stuff of Broly, but we're not that far in the future from that meta. So I'm sure a lot of newer players that are getting into the game now who don't have like STR Gogeta yet, or you know, like AGL Super Vegito, are probably still struggling with the Broly fight. So all these other units coming out that lower defense on Super probably was so helpful back then. But it's just really funny seeing units that have that clause now, because it doesn't do anything, right?
Dokkan awakened from Tech Golden Frieza's Dokkan event, and he became the best tank in the game, now reducing damage received by 90%. They also released a new free-to-play LR that could be pulled from the updated Friend Summon banner, LR 17 and 18. Fun fact, this was the first unit in the game to feature 2 different characters in one card fighting together.
Really?
17 and 18 had a really good leader skill that raised all
Okay,
teams
so
by
essentially
4, and they shared the same strength as LR.
this is the oldest unit in the game that would be on the Join Forces category, even though the category obviously didn't exist yet.
Super Saiyan Goku. High stats, max level of 150, colossal
Yeah, this
damage
art is
12 key
pretty
super,
insane,
and
right?
mega colossal damage 18 key super.
He better mention the
Unlike
Dokkan
LR
Awakening
Goku,
medals.
However, this unit actually had good key links such as shocking speed and fear and faith, making them a fantastic option on
Also,
Vegeta's
funny enough, I
team
don't think it was
and
that hard to
Vegeta's
pull them back
teams.
then.
Their
Obviously,
grind
you
was
didn't
also
have as
hell,
many...
as
There
you
we go.
needed medals from every single Dokkan event available in the game, including 70
Oh!
medals from the 5
Is that what it was? That's so cruel. I thought they just picked some stuff and they were like, yeah, here's a bunch. Or maybe they had like a rhyme to their reason about why specific Dokkan Fests were picked, because like a specific unit that awakens from that Dokkan event was related in some way or whatever. I did not realize that it was just every single Dokkan event in the game at that time. That is hell. That is absolute hell. Wow. Insane. They should make an awakening for 1000 Day Goku that takes 7 of every single Dokkan event medal in the game. What do we think about that?
most recent Dokkan events. A week later, we got the first Dragon Ball Heroes collab banner in Dokkan, which featured adult Super Saiyan Gotenks, AGL Baby Janemba,
Which
It
never
Kid
came
Buu,
to global,
and
didn't it?
STR Super Pycon. Gotenks was a great unit and was amazing on Super Saiyan 3.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Gotenks'
this unit
team.
is...
He raised attack by 50% on Super for 3 turns. and
Oh,
gave
no,
80%
because
attack
he's the
when
one that
he was
Dokkan
12
awakens
or more.
into Super Saiyan
The
3,
other
right?
3 SSRs were decent utility units for their respective monotype teams, but weren't anything to write home about. At the end of the month, Omega Shenron finally descended onto Dokkan, and many people were excited. Not necessarily for Omega himself, but more so for the fact that Super Gogeta finally received his god leader. Omega Shenron was pretty good. He greatly lowered defense on Super, and lowered all enemies' attack by 30% from his passive. He was a powerful utility unit that debuffed the enemy, allowing your units to tank better. The main downside of Omega was his link set. Mono STR mainly included units with over and a flash, and there were very few STR units that shared shocking speed with Omega.
And remember that Big Bad Bosses, you needed to be under 80% HP for this to be active, so this link wasn't as good. Yeah, that's definitely a thing.
He was considered the weakest god lead at the time, but he was still in the highest class of characters and considered one of the best units in the game. The banner unit SSRs released alongside Omega were all decent damage dealers, but the main prize was the aforementioned rare Oceanic Shenron, who debuted on Omega's banner and became a staple on mono AGL teams with her super attack ceiling capability. Just over a month after the release of the Dragon Ball Fusion's banner, they gave Dokkan Awakenings to 3 of the previously released SSRs. Pandel and Bullpan became slightly better support units, and Karoli was now a decent damage dealer and a solid option on Monotech teams. The last 3 units from the V-Jump poll also received Dokkan Awakenings around this time. The Baba Shop SSR Goku was now a great option on Mono AGL with his key and attack support from his passive, while Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta and Super Saiyan Gohan disappointingly were barely better than their SSR versions. On October 20th, the physical Demigod Leader was released in the form of Goku Black. The Goku Black arc was still currently airing at this time, and many players were ecstatic to summon for the first ever Goku Black unit in the game.
So this is where we started to catch up to where the anime was at.
As powerful as players were hoping for. He was a watered down version of Imp Buhan, having the same super attack level gimmick as Buhan, while also being an inferior nuker. His only real value was his above average damage, and the player base was quite underwhelmed by physical Goku Black. Perhaps realizing this, Dokkan actually buffed physical Goku Black when he came out on Global. He had higher attack and HP stats
I do recall
than
that.
his JP counterpart, and he also raised Extreme Class Allies Key by 3, transforming him from a mediocre release to an amazing one only on Global. Moving on to the end of the month,
that was definitely a
Dokkan
JP
was
shaft.
celebrating hitting
That one
100
was.
million global downloads. They released a special ticket banner that featured every single Dokkan Fest ever released up until STR Omega.
This is the inception of the worldwide download celebration.
For every 50 stones they had ever spent from the start of the game up until
What?
October 18th, which could be used on the special ticket banner.
Wait, hold on. Run that back 1 second. What?
They gave every single Dokkan Fest ever released up until STR Omega. They gave all players 1 ticket for every 50 stones they had ever spent from the start of the game up until October 18th.
From the start of the game? Wow, so they had like almost 2 years? I guess for the JP version they would have had like 6 months longer, so that's fair. But like, oh my goodness, yeah, this is the very first Memorial Stone. And before there were ever stones, they were always tickets, right? It didn't used to be the thing of like stones and tickets were separate. It was just tickets. But yeah, that's insane. Can you imagine? So like basically in the lifetime of the game so far, I fantasize about this a lot. What like life would be like and stuff if I had discovered Dokkan Battle when it first began and like started my YouTube channel when it first began and like played it as hardcore as I play it today, but back when no one was, right? And if I were to implore those hypotheticals, then I probably would have had a ton of tickets for this banner, right?
Which could be used on the special ticket banner. Dokkan also released the 15th World Tournament. And
gosh, we're already to the 15th. Wow. They definitely slowed down on the releases of those over time.
In which players could earn a new Piccolo unit that would eventually become an LR months later.
Okay.
To celebrate the 35th anniversary of the
15th World Tournament was the first one that had, oh my god. Okay, yeah, we're getting to the real stuff. So I guess the 15th World Tournament is the first one to have a local bracket and an LR, achievable or earnable. Interesting. And now we're into Arale, which this stuff is very, very sad because from this point forward, we're getting very close to when I started playing Dokkan Battle. We're creeping on that. We're very, very close. Like at this point, right now with this Arale release here, well, I guess it would have been the time period of when it was on Global, not when it's on JP. But I was already basically like in an arcade hanging out with people who were playing Dokkan Battle that likely would have been like summoning on this banner and stuff. Potentially in the arcade right next to me while I'm hanging out doing my thing. Yeah, so I was that close to being able to have these Arale units, but I wasn't actually introduced to Dokkan Battle myself yet, so...
Three-key leader skill. AGL Arale was capable of stunning the enemy on Super, and STR Arale was actually a pretty good attack-all unit for World Tournament. Obacha Man, Sour Man, and Mercenary Tau, however, were quite forgettable. But General Blue was one of the
not forgettable to me.
having a 70% chance to stun on Super. About a week later, Day Dokkan awakened the family Kamehameha SSRs, and they were all just slightly better than their SSR versions, with STR Goten being the best out of the three. However, players at the time, as well as every Dragon Ball fan around the world, had their attention placed elsewhere. Episode 65 of Dragon Ball Super just finished airing a few days prior, and at the end of the episode, it showed a preview of next week's episode. Dragon Ball fans were losing their minds over the return of Vegito, now donning the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, and his fight in episode 66 a week later blew everyone away. However, Dokkan players had no idea that what they just witnessed would immediately be recreated in-game.
Right, physical Vegito Blue. Okay.
The second ever Dual Dokkan Fest featured AGL Super Saiyan Rose Goku Black and physical Vegito Blue, who released just a few days after
It looks like they also began that like trend of doing the super type units on one banner and the extreme types on another banner. Obviously, it's been enough years at this point that they don't really do that anymore. They more just keep like coincided releases on opposite sides of these banners. But yeah, that's really funny that that was the thing they used to do. This probably made it so much easier to summon in team build. To just focus on getting only the units you want, you know?
HP attack and defense by 50%.
Oh, 50%, huh?
They learned their lesson from Super Gogeta, as instead of giving one of them an all-types lead, they decided to split it into Super and Extreme class, as well as lower the stat increase so as to not invalidate the previous leader skills in the game.
Which is a common trend that they did like 3 or 4 more times.
Leaders, and the amount of variety they allowed in team building allowed Super and Extreme class teams to rival monotype teams, if not exceed them. Everybody expected Vegito Blue to break the game, but he fell just shy of everyone's expectations. That doesn't mean he wasn't amazing though. He launched a guaranteed additional attack that had a 10% chance of...
Is that true? People weren't
and a 70% chance
enthralled with him?
Additional attack, which had a 10%
when he first released, surely he would have been insane, right?
That with good luck, Vegito Blue could launch up to 3 super attacks in a turn. And that wasn't all. Vegito Blue also countered normal attacks with tremendous power, just like Super Vegito. He had by far the highest offensive potential out of any unit in the game, not counting nuking. However, the main thing that differentiated Vegito Blue from Super Vegito, and easily his biggest flaw, was the fact that he only reduced damage received from normal attacks by 30%.
Oh, that only 30% wasn't good enough. I see.
This meant that he was an unreliable tank, and you had to be way more cautious with him than Super Vegito. He was still undeniably a top 5 unit in the game, and a must summon for players. However, he often sat towards the bottom of many people's top 5s, and that's because Vegito's counterpart was widely considered to be the better of the two. Super Saiyan Rose Goku Black was very simple in comparison to Vegito Blue. He gained 100% attack and gave extreme class allies 3 ki. Seem familiar? When physical Goku Black was buffed on Global months after his initial release on JP, they simply gave him a part of Rose Goku Black's passive, and that single ability made him into an amazing card.
Interesting.
Extreme class units don't have as much synergy with their links as Saiyan units, so Rose's ability to give 3 key to villains allowed units on his team to perform super attacks.
I'm wondering if this right here is the first moment in the game where Extreme is better than Super. That's probably true, right? Well, I guess we have to ignore, like, the very, 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 very early days where, like, you would have been using, like, the SGR, SR, First Form Frieza as your leader and stuff, and, like, a rare Oceanus on the team and whatever. Those were probably, like, you know, extra special situations. But as far as, like, something that reflects modern Dokkan, of, like, real units on a real team, this is probably the inception of, like, Extreme Class being better with the release of them. I didn't realize that Physical Vegito Blue wasn't, like, insane on release, right? That he actually seemed a bit lackluster, so.
Consistently. He was exactly what villains needed, and was the perfect leader for the team, making every villain that was run with him more effective. Furthermore, Rose's team had more units with versatile abilities than
I mean,
Vegito
yeah,
on
okay,
the
there was
team,
STR
which
Broly,
made
but
his
that's not a
better in
team.
many
That's a
people's
unit.
eyes. They had great debuffers, healers, supports, tanks, and damage dealers, whereas super teams really only had the latter two. Vegito Blue could carry the whole team with some good luck, while Goku Black lifted the whole team up and made everyone else better. He was considered the second best unit in the game, with Super Vegito still being considered number 1, due to being the closest thing in the game to a perfect unit. And his position was further solidified with the release of the Hidden Potential system at the end of the month,
Oh.
which allowed units to gain more stats and the ability to crit.
It is absolutely insane to me that the Hidden Potential system didn't release until after literally everything that we've already talked about and seen. That's just crazy. Especially the Arale celebration. Being that far behind, just a little bit, is so crazy to me. Because, like, obviously, the idea of keeping extra units to be able to, like, feed in later wouldn't have been a concept, right? Because there was no reason to keep them other than to super attack level your characters. So if you already had them at their max super attack level, there's no reason to have those extra copies. So you're only incentivized to gain 1 copy from every banner anyway. So nobody was even going for extra copies of Arale if that was something they were collecting, because they wouldn't have known this was going to exist. But yeah, just like to have the foresight to be able to pull 5 copies of every card that releases prior to the Hidden Potential system, so you're immediately ready to rainbow them. Which obviously you wouldn't have been able to do anyway, because the amount of Hidden Potential orbs available to you would have been very limited. But still, to eventually be able to rainbow those characters, right?
Dodge, and launch additional attacks. Units with percentage-based buffs in their passive saw a higher increase in their overall numbers than units with flat attack and defensive buffs. And units that countered and launched additional attacks were also massively buffed by the ability to crit and perform more attacks. However, due to the scarcity of potential orbs back then, it took some time for players to strengthen their unit due to the heavily buffed by
There is also a tidbit that I have for you that he potentially wouldn't even mention here. I don't know if it would come up in a future video either, but at some point, I want to say around like year 7 or year 8, it was discovered, maybe it was a little bit before that, it was discovered that additional attacks actually, or like counter attacks actually counted as a separate interaction that allows for the possibility for the Hidden Potential system additional to proc. Making, so like previously, you would only ever want to put crit on counter units, because then the counters do more when they crit. But then we discovered that the act of the counter going off gives you the possibility to proc the Hidden Potential system additional. It now became a good idea to have additional on them because it's so easy to get it to proc, right? But then that also quickly went away when there was not really a meta for counter units to be in slot 1, because obviously they would have to dish out the counters prior to attacking for that to be relevant for your Hidden Potential system additional super anyway, right?
the ability to crit and perform more attacks.
But I don't think we
However,
knew that. We
due to
definitely
the
didn't know that
scarcity
here.
of potential orbs back then, it took some time for players to strengthen their units and see the full benefits of the Hidden Potential system. Let's also not forget that back then, you had to activate each node one at a time, so it took 50 years just to unlock all the nodes for a unit.
Yeah, pain.
After Goku Black and Vegito,
Absolute
at the
pain.
beginning of December,
I remember
we got
those
Dokkan
days.
Fest Cell, who was the STR demigod leader. He was the second character to have 2 Dokkan Fest exclusive cards, and he was the first unit in the game to stack defense on Super. Just like Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, Cell had 2 types of super attacks depending on how much ki he had. At 10 and 12 ki, he caused immense damage and stacked attack and defense by 20%. At 11 ki, he did supreme damage to all enemies and also stacked attack and defense by 20%. He was a viable option
The
for
conditional
World Tournament,
AoE
but due
is
to
so
needing
weird.
11 ki
Yeah.
to get his AoE super off, people opted to just stick with Broly or Arale.
Right. I can't imagine he would have been better.
100% attack buff from his passive, and he worked really well with Omega Shenron. The OG STR Super Saiyan 2 Gohan also
It's crazy. You have so many orbs nowadays, you don't know what to do with them. Exactly. That's the benefit of having hundreds of Easy A stages available to you. Obviously, prior to that just potential orbs were not available like that back then. They really weren't.
received the Dokkan Awakening from Cell's medals, and he received an immense damage super attack upon becoming a TUR, making him a decent damage dealer. A few days later, Arale received a Dokkan event, in which physical Arale received a Dokkan Awakening.
Oh,
She did
wow.
immense damage, with a 30% chance to greatly raise attack even more, just like Buhan. She also received 120% attack when performing a super, meaning she hit really, really hard. She also had
Wait.
a pretty decent leader skill, raising all allies ki by 3, and HP, attack, and defense by 30%. A week later,
Hold on. Isn't that insane? To release Arale, make the banner go away, and then it's never, ever, ever going to return again. But then, by the way, months after the release, here's a Dokkan event for her. So if you managed to get her, which obviously, again, at the time, maybe they didn't know that it was never going to return, but that's still insane. Like, wow, that's so weird. I didn't realize. And I guess she got her Dokkan event after the banner went away, and now after the release of the Hidden Potential system. So potentially she gets a good Dokkan Awakening, and you're like, oh man, I wish I had an extra copy of her to be able to feed in her new dupe paths that can make her stronger since she has this Dokkan Awakening. I guess I'll have to wait. I guess I'll have to wait for her to return. That's such a horrible setup. I can't believe it was done so badly. Wow. Okay.
Baseball Yamcha made his debut as a free-to-play unit, and he was just as godly as the previous 2 Yamcha units. Another week later, Dokkan entered its Christmas campaign. They released a special banner with 3 new SSRs, and you were guaranteed
They
to
should have
get
dropped it again
Trunks or
in honor of
Vegeta on the
Toriyama
first
at some
month
point.
summon.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Super
That would have been
Saiyan
good.
Blue Vegeta and Super Saiyan Trunks were both very good support units that also raised all allies' attack by 20% from their super attack effect. Super Saiyan Blue Goku wasn't as impressive, but he could dish out some solid damage. The 16th World Tournament also dropped, and players were finally able to Dokkan Awaken
Yep, we
Piccolo
are
into
we
a
are
level.
very, very close
He
to
required
me
special
beginning
medals
playing
for playing
Dokkan.
World Tournament. So
Because
it was
my
only
first
take
World
a
Tournament
few
was the
months to
17th
actually
World
get
Tournament.
Piccolo. Piccolo had an incredibly high defensive stat. On top of
Uh-oh,
10,000
Cozy's here.
defense from
World
his
Tournament
passive
mentioned.
and
Yes,
giving
sir.
all allies 5,000 defense. He instantly became one of the best tanks in the game, and many people paired him with Vegito Blue. To
Wow,
increase
okay,
his
so
tanking
even
capabilities.
after we started with the regular leader skills going to percentage levels, they were still releasing passive skills like this that had these flat buffs. That's actually insane to me. I really didn't realize how much this flat buff thing was affecting the early parts of the game.
Leader skill, despite
I had no
not being
idea.
very good, was the greatest single stat increase we had seen to date. HP up by 150%. We also got the first Christmas double race banner, which gave
Santa
two
Roshi!
Roshis per multi-summon.
Who's got their
Which were
Santa
basically just
Roshis?
Christmas-themed Elder Kais. Majub and Super Saiyan G
Those haven't been available in a
also
long time.
received
Who's got
two
them?
more,
I got one.
but they were horribly mid. The Christmas banner was clearly a bait banner, as Dokkan had been hinting at a new major release at the end of the month. And boy did Dokkan deliver.
Texamasu. Okay. Oh wait, would Int Trunks have been? Yeah, Int Trunks would have been a dual Dokkan Fest here.
Dokkan Fest Merge Zamasu and Dokkan Fest Sword of Hope Trunks were
Oh!
released on the same banner.
On the same
And
banner!
Vegeta
Wow,
also
okay.
made a fast return. Trunks and Zamasu were
So that's the second time that they did that then. Cause the first time was physical Broly on AGL Super Vegito's banner, right? Those two were both Dokkan Fests that released on the same banner. I didn't realize. I thought this was actually the first dual Dokkan Fest. Or not the first, because the first would have been the first anniversary. But I thought that this was a dual Dokkan Fest celebration. But I guess that it's a singular Dokkan Fest. Interesting.
Versions of Vegito and Rose's God Leader skill. They gave 70% HP, attack, and defense to Super Class and Extreme Class respectively.
Yep, this is when you started, Cozy, correct? Because we already established that we both played the 17th World Tournament as our first one. So we know we started at the same time.
Higher stat increases in exchange for 2 less ki. Int Trunks was a self-sufficient nuker, gaining 15% attack per Int Ki Sphere obtained, but also created his own Int Orbs.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good shout. This is more name drama, because this is merged Zamasu that doesn't have a different name than just Fusion Zamasu. And then technically Rage Trunks, just being Super Saiyan Trunks, is a thing as well. So yeah, more name shenanigans beyond the Kaioken Goku situation here. And there wouldn't have been an example of like, oh, there's this overpowered busted thing right next to it where we need it to not have that name for whatever reason. There wasn't like another Fusion Zamasu in the game or another Rage Trunks in the game that were good enough that you see what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
He also debuffed Superclass allies' attack by 10%.
I guess we'll see if Sifra explains it away, but I don't think he will.
That wasn't really an issue. Both units also had farmable super attacks, making them fantastic options for anyone who pulled them. At the same time, they dropped the second ever.
Which I guess if they did do the name thing, then Trunks still would have had a farmable super attack, because if they included Rage Mode Trunks as like an actual name, then this free-to-play character would also have that name as the Dokkan Fest. So he still would have been free-to-play farmable. And then the only one that would have been unfortunate is Zamasu, because this is Fusion Zamasu. This is not corrupted Fusion Zamasu, right? So he actually wouldn't be farmable.
Fantastic options for anyone who pulled them. At the same time, they dropped the second ever Prime Battle event, which dropped a form Frieza that could be Dokkan awakened into an LR.
There is a good chance that we could see we could potentially see the Super EZA for this release here in a little bit. At the time of recording, it's 1 hour until the AGL Metal Cooler Army or Tech Metal Cooler Army releases. So we could see this as a Super EZA in this celebration.
And he gained 13,000 attack and 5,000 defense at the start of turn. He hit even harder than LR Goku, and he was the hardest hitting unit in the game, outside of Super Vegito and Vegito Blue on a turn where they got multiple counters. For New Year's, they released an amazing banner that featured many of the best units in the game, including Rose Goku Black, Super Vegito, Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, and Blue Kaioken Goku. The final Dokkan Fest of this meta released on January 13th, featuring the last demigod leader, Int Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. He was a pretty straightforward damage dealer, and stacked attack for 3 turns on Super. He also had the added ability of debuffing Extreme Class enemies' attack and defense by 20%, making him a really good unit against Extreme Class bosses. These 3 Super Saiyan
Yep, he still is.
Awakenings, with STR
one of the better Realm of Gods units right now, right? With the Super EZA.
Options for their respective monotype teams. It had been over a year now since the start of the nuking meta, and over 6 months of us being in the God Lead meta, so physical Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta wasn't really relevant anymore even after becoming a TUR. Lastly, Dokkan released another double race banner on January 20th.
I want to say that I'm pretty sure that physical Blue Vegeta is like my most used of any of the nuke leads, because I used physical GT Super Saiyan Goku for so long, like as my main nuking unit, that he is super relevant for me when it comes to nuking. He basically cleared the entire punching machine for me.
An awakening of AGL Kaioken Goku. Like many Dokkan awakenings for old SSRs, he was alright, and nothing too noteworthy. Around this time, we also got V-Jump leaks, and a livestream that teased a new mode called Virtual Dokkan Battlefield for the upcoming 2nd anniversary, as well as a new LR Ginyu Force card. They also announced a new difficult event known as Boss Rush.
That's actually... Wait, hold on. I'm just realizing This is not Ultimate Clash, by the way. For those of you unaware, this is Battlefield. Why they still refer to it as Battlefield on the JP version is an illusion of this event, which was something that will be talked about in the next video, because it does actually release in the 2017 Dokkan Battle year. But yeah, insane event that actually never came to Global. Global players never got the opportunity to play this one.
Dokkan Battlefield for the upcoming 2nd anniversary, as well as a new LR Ginyu Force card. They also announced a new difficult event known as Boss Rush, and a red Dragonstone that would allow players to...
Red Stones? Oh man, stuff's getting really good. Boss Rush, Red Stones, Physical Ginyu.
Anniversary was shaping up to be the biggest celebration yet, and we were about to
Yeah.
enter a new era in Dokkan.
Understatement of the
Once
year.
again reigned supreme. Defense had just started to matter a bit more during the God Lead meta, but the 2nd anniversary units were about to take the game by storm. And
Yes,
introduce a new
absolutely,
level of power
absolutely.
creep into the game.
Phew. And I am so excited to rewatch through that year. That will be what we are doing in the next one of these reaction videos in the series. Yeah, the 2nd anniversary onward is going to be very, very exciting. Probably going to open that video with a bit of explanation between the difference in time frame. We're rather than just watching the video, we're also going to dig into the internet a little bit and look at the differences in the time frame and stuff, so that I can show you guys just how close to the time after Arale was available that I started playing the game, because it is right there. They showed here that Arale didn't come out, you know, at like months and months and months before the anniversary, but on the global timeline things looked a little bit different. So yeah, we have that to look forward to next time. But yeah, so in the next video we'll be watching the greatest year in Dokkan history. But that is it for the 2nd year of the game's lifespan. Definitely some interesting stuff there. I certainly did learn a little bit on the second watch through of this video. A couple of details I hadn't picked up on before. But alright, that's everything that I have for you guys in this one. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Thanks for watching, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace. Okay, that is the video, but not the stream. That is the end of reaction. We have got 50 minutes, 50 minutes, before the release of one Mr. Metal Cooler. Let's go back here. Perfect. It is eerily quiet. Sorry, chat. Let's get this going. There we go. Next video is the year you spent way too much money on the game. That, we won't be getting to that year for a long time for me. It's, I would say that year for me is 2024. But I actually have multiple years of that. But yeah, 2024 is the year I've spent the most on the game, for sure. Alright, after the, after this run, I guess we can do Union Masters. We have plenty of time. We still have 50 minutes before the releases, so. Definitely not enough time to watch the next one, because the next one I'm going to be pausing a lot. The video we just recorded was a little over an hour, but I can promise you that the next one is going to be probably an hour and a half. I'm going to stop and talk a lot about stuff, because there are so many major things that happened in that video. So many, like, major systems that have been added to the game in that year that are just, like, game-breaking and still matter today. So many crazy mess-ups and just hiccups in the past that haven't happened like that in any other year. Just, like, insane stuff. Absolutely insane stuff. Yeah, to be released is one of them. Exactly. One of very many. And I mean, as a more blanket statement than that, the release of the category meta in general is insane. The 120 leads and the category leads both released in that year. Insane. Alright, let's go to Union Master. Yeah, Super Saiyan 4 Tech Gogeta was 2017. What am I doing? Oh yeah, we do still have, we do technically still have some, oh, it's Realm of Gods. Okay. I didn't even know what category it was. I'm definitely okay with that. Wait a minute. Oh, I almost have 5. You only need 5 for the missions, right? You guys excited for the 4 times rank experience story event? I saw somebody say that they think that because there's a multiplier on it, that probably means they're going to make us grind, like how we had to fight the 10 billion Power Warriors event before. And I hope that they're wrong, because I don't want to do that. There's a community goal for enemies defeated, then there's definitely going to be an individual one. I just hope that the individual one is like 50 enemies and not like 500. So, we'll see, we'll see. Wow, these guys are tankier than I expected. What the heck? Because this is only the 3 stage. The harder one is after, right? I thought on the easy one, for sure, this wouldn't be an issue. Cozy, you just love rubbing that in my face, don't you? I genuinely don't care that I don't have Beerus. It's only been... Oops. Bump the cord. It's only been because I'm getting super lucky. Well, define lucky, but they are like every single banner that's releasing, they are making it so that I just punched my webcam. I was gonna try and adjust it. I'm sorry about that. Let me get this guy back up here. Okay. Whoops. Not me punching things. Okay. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I just smacked you guys in the face. That's my bad. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Legit don't even remember. Oh, I was saying, that, yeah, like, the only reason I've been getting new units is because of the fact that they're releasing the tickets, right? And I'm getting lucky with tickets. But other than that, there would be, like, a lot more releases recently that I don't have. It's just funny that this one stands out as a release I don't have because of how many of them I've been getting recently, right? But it is through no effort of my own. Here's one one interesting thing is the fact that we are at the end of the month, which means if there is box space in the packs, I'll buy the in-game stuff now, and we'll do the summons with whatever I get. But then if there's more box space available on the web store, I'm actually going to wait until after the 31st when the web store point pool resets, and then I'll buy the web store packs. But yeah, do need to wait until that reset, just because I want to make sure that I can get as many of those rewards as I can. And we don't know what the reset time period is going to look like, right? If the reset time period is another 2 months, then sure. But I like I said before when I've talked about the web store point system, I don't think... I'm pretty sure it's going to be 1 month from now on. The only reason it was longer is because it released in the middle of April, and they didn't want to give a shorter time period for that first window, so they just extended it. But yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be a monthly thing, so I'll go ahead and wait for those, even though it's going to be a little less hype, because then I would have to, like, not make a summon video out of the second bit. There's probably not going to be that many tickets to be able to do. I don't know. We'll have to see what releases. It's also very possible that there is nothing. Right? If there's no box space at all, then all of this is moot to even chat about. Because I will definitely not be summoning. And one thing that I will say, now that I have a bit more of an established kind of timeline for my power level grind, since I'm planning, you know, obviously to pass Megate eventually, based on the rate I'm gaining power level now, I can probably get there in a year. Also accounting for the fact that he might gain another million or two by the time I catch up to him. I might be able to do it in a year. Maybe. Potentially. But one of the things that's contingent on is me not having to stop farming. Me not running out of box space. And it's right in this range where it just depends how fast he goes, how fast I go, how much extra box space they add between now and then, if I will end up passing him before or after I run out of box space. Because it might be very, very close. And so, what I'm trying to say here is the fact that it won't be the worst possible thing ever if they do end up adding some more box space here and there. Because if I'm able to get an extra maybe 100 box space or so by the time I have actually reached his level of his power level, then I probably will be in a situation where I don't need to like, I don't have to get rid of units and replace them in order to get enough power level to pass him, right? But that is going to be probably contingent on me getting a little bit more box space than I have now. So we'll see. We'll see. Scared to even look at the web store? Why? It's the best deals that they could possibly offer us. Why wouldn't you want to look at the web store? Ooh, that's perfect. Hey, Cozy, I was going to ask you to do something for me. If you could. If you could. Can you log in on JP real quick and double check Nagi's power level for me? I would check it myself on the leaderboard, but it's broken right now. JP hasn't been updating, so I'm not actually sure if I'm above him yet. Let me know if you need his friend code, I guess. Oh, you do need it. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait, why don't I have it in here? Awkward thing. I don't actually have it at the moment. Hold on. Did I keep that paper? I did not. I know that I own access to it Hold on 1 second. I know that I own access to his friend code. It's in a notepad in my phone, which means I'm not gonna go get it right now. So hold on, I have a backup plan. Alright. I just DM'd Mr. Dokkan. He's online right now. He was very recently active in chat, so you'll probably be able to get that for me. We'll see. And I'll give it to you. He does. He does have it saved. There we go. He just gave it to me. I knew to go to him for it because, he was the one that previously pointed out that I was about to pass Nagi. And, like, showed me. I have already relied on him once for this, after the website has been broken. Do I have the Dokkan Awakening guy's code, perchance? What Dokkan Awakening guy? Forte? Oh, like the #1 guy? No, no one knows who he is. No one knows who he is. There was a Forte at Battle Hour, though. On the speed battle leaderboard, there was a Forte. And, like, I was being convinced by people that were with me that it was probably a coincidence, because there's a lot of Fortes out there, but I was just, like, so determined to find that person. I really wanted to be able to find that person. To know if it was the same Forte, you know? Oh, you wrote back. I thought you were doing a funny. Wait. That's really funny. So, Cozy wrote the power level of Nagi, as I had just requested, but I thought he was doing the joke thing of putting my power level instead of a friend code, because my power level's so big it looks like a friend code. So I thought he was just memeing at me because I put a friend code in chat and he was putting my power level, but that's Nagi's power level, which is like 70k, 80k below mine, so I guess I passed Nagi. Unfortunately, because of the website being broken, I don't know exactly when I passed him, but I guess it was yesterday, then? But yeah, I am actually ahead of him now, so that means I am 6th in the world. I was 7th, and now I'm 6th. Here, I'll pull this up for you guys. Here you go. Oh, my head is blocking everything. Chat's kind of blocking stuff too, but it's fine, you can see. There we go. So I was 7th, but now I am 6th. And the next person I have to pass is at 33 million. 33 mil. I guess that's not too far ahead. It is still a 2 million gap, which is much bigger than what I just did. And then it's only going to get worse from there, right? It's going to be a really big climb, and then I'm going to pass 2 people at once. So that'll be exciting. And from there, we're basically done. So yeah, I do like that I have these JP players to rely on, because it definitely helps make this grind, like, not so painful, right? I really can't imagine what life would be like if I had to just solely wait all the way until passing Migate before anything else exciting ever happened again. Oh, hey, Mr. Dokkan. What's up? Yeah, exactly. Better than grinding into the 12 million void. I definitely did not want to do that. Can you add me for friend leads? I don't really change my friend lead. I do a strategy where I earn friend points by putting a really popular character for people to use, because when people use your friend lead, you gain friend points. So I don't really partake in that. Yeah, I'm not really the person to go to if you are trying to message people to change their friend lead for you and stuff. I'm kind of not that guy. Yeah, the void is so close to your power level. How's that been going? How's that been going? What was your last reset? You still going hard? Yeah, I did switch to the blues. They've been working out a little better for me than Yamcha. Yamcha kind of fell off a cliff after anniversary, so yeah, a little bit of gains. I got like, instead of Yamcha, which would maybe give me 100,000 in a week, I got like 1 million in a couple of days with the blues. So it's a sizable increase. Still nothing crazy, but it's definitely going now. So what the heck, man? Oh, that's why I'm silly. So I'm searching the power level leaderboard because I'm looking for Cozy. And I thought I remembered him being in the top 50, but I have Global and JP open, so he's lower. 13.45, huh? Oh, I missed that question a little bit ago, but, is Cooler worth summoning for? We don't know yet, Chris Crawford. You're gonna have to wait until the banner releases. I think the unit is pretty good, but we're gonna need to see what the banner looks like first, and then we can make that decision. Depends who else is on the banner, whether it's gonna have value enough to summon. My gut instinct is no. I don't think that this is gonna be a major time to be summoning. Probably a better time to just save some stones. But we'll see. We'll see. We don't actually know yet. We're doing decently time-wise right now. Just looking at the release here and where we're at, it's almost looking like we're going to have enough time, unfortunately, to do a festival. Not festival. To do some Frontier. Because I still have, like, 1 or 2 more stages worth of missions to do. Calling it now, they're putting Dabura on the banner. That's probably correct, yeah. It would make sense. Which honestly does up the likelihood that this is going to be a worthwhile summon, because Dabura is very good. Yeah, there's new nodes today too, right? Coming out with the new content. Yeah, not excited about it. Not excited about it. At all. So yeah, I guess we are going to be doing some Frontier. Maybe then we don't have to jump in before, because we're going to do Frontier after the releases come out, right? We'll definitely be playing a little bit of that. So... Well, I can't even get the 100% in Frontier if I wanted to, so that makes it like even less. I'm even less motivated to play it. Considering I can't complete it, right? Very annoying. Okay, I mean, that's all for now. Exactly. Gotta do, Gotta pull that one random yellow coin LR. Yeah, the Realm of Gods Festival has not been done yet. I was gonna wait to do it on stream, I just haven't done it yet. It wasn't gonna happen last stream, and this stream we're occupied with the release, so, probably not this stream either. I mean, who knows? Maybe we could do a run at it. Honestly, no, we're not going to. The damage cap is gonna be removed in like 5 days. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for that. So it'd potentially be easier. The next 2 JP players I don't have friend codes for, but the 5th has a Twitter. Okay. 5th as in like 5th place? Wait. No, because you said... Oh, 5th has a Twitter, but the next 2 you don't know the codes for. I see. Okay. Good to know. Still gonna be a while before I have to worry about those, passing those guys, but good to know. Damage cap on ROG is useless. There's no spirit bombs. But you have physical Godku. And when he transforms, he's gonna do an active skill. Did you know even, like, the Int Gammas are capable of one-shotting Vegito? There's a lot more damage to be done in those end phases. Yeah, that clip was pretty good. Okay. I think last time we left off, I needed to beat this fight without losing any characters. Right? Oh, wait. This is the one I can't do. Okay, hold on. It wasn't this fight. It was... this fight? Yeah, this fight. Okay, so I have to do this without any characters being lost and in 5 turns. Ugh. Hell is beginning already. All right. What are the team builds we go for here? Strategy, dodge, and deal damage. So I have to bring First Form Frieza, right? That one's required. You're currently stalling your link leveling for a no-item festival run? Yeah, that's a waste. Yes. You will be opting out of Frontier for the moment? You mean like opting out of helping me with it? That's not very nice. Oh no. Okay. See you in a bit, Chewie. Don't miss the releases, you only got 20 minutes. What are his little intensity meters again? Crits won't occur, and then additionals. Okay. It's not too bad. Whoa, he gives himself so much ki in this game mode. Oh my god. Alright, I mean, that's a good start, I guess, considering we've got to do this in 5 turns, right? That's kind of helping out. I'm not really sure how often we should swap, though. That's the thing that makes this really tough, is the fact that, like, he's going to make our damage output so much less by getting rid of crits and additionals. And I imagine that intensity meter is going to go up literally next turn. We're not going to have crits anymore, so... Doing this whole thing in 5 turns gets a little bit interesting, I guess. Yep, and we already don't have crits. Usually just swap when you started getting debuffed, so like right now, I should just swap. Okay, let's try it the old-fashioned way. Ginyu slot 1 isn't good. Why? Raccoon and Goldo debuff the enemy with their super, while Birder and Jace give support on super. Oh, do they give support on super? I don't know if that's something I ever knew before. Didn't know that. But also no units can die. So I will be actively not putting Ginyu in front of any attacks that I can possibly avoid putting him in front of. Like, that's the real tough thing about doing a 5-turn mission and a no one dies mission, is like doing both at the same time isn't like optimal, right? But like, would it really have been enough support for me to finish off that hit this phase that turn? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I am curious about that. Let me see. I guess, yeah, they are raising all allies' attack. I'll keep that in mind moving forward. Well, yeah, but that's the thing is, do I really need every bit of damage possible? Would that have actually been enough extra damage for him to be dead right now? I'm pretty sure that the answer is absolutely not. Which means it didn't make a difference. All it did was keep my units safe. Yeah, maybe I should have swapped again, though. Because we are on an intensity meter, so I'm not getting any crits here. I still have my additionals, which is okay, but I think I still might not finish off the enemy here. We'll see. Oh. Well. Hopefully Ginyu gets an additional. Oh, I guess he didn't need it. Okay. Alright, so 3 turns on the first of 2 phases. Does not give me high hopes for 5-turning this. Also, just kind of in general, have no idea how we're going to be 5-turning this, if I'm honest. Don't really know. Probably gonna want to swap here, no? This is actually nice. We've got all that key. That's huge. Getting very close to that Dokkan attack, too, which is nice. Looks like that'll be next turn, I guess. Okay, nice. Dodge the super attack. That's the main thing we needed to happen. Okay. The crit's coming in. Let's just see a bunch of crits. Yeah. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Nice. If you remember correctly, it's 2-turn phase 1 and then Cook with Ginyu crits on phase 2. Okay, well, I've been doing the opposite of both of those things so far. So. And you say 2-turn phase 1 like it's just, like you just snap your fingers and do it, but it didn't look like my teams were very capable of doing that, so I'm not sure who you used differently. That you were allowed to finish it in 2 phases, or in 2 turns. I mean, either way, it looks like we're kind of perfectly fine here. We've done so much damage just now, and we still have a Dokkan attack to do next turn. I mean, yeah, it is clearly doable, right? It's turn 5 right now. One gets rid of crits, but not additionals. I think we can still... I actually don't know what's going to be the better answer. Probably switch, right? If I switch, can I still use the Dokkan attack this turn? Ultimately, that's the real thing, is it's not going to matter, right? The only reason I'm going to switch right now is because we could use the Dokkan attack with Manga Frieza, but I also want him slot 1. And I still need to select orbs one more time before I can earn it, so I kind of have to switch. I think I won either way, but yeah, this just kind of ensures it, right? Okay, 2 more missions completed. Cool. That one's completed. These are all completed. 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 And then the general missions. Okay. I have to do Node 12 with Krillin on my team. 14 and 16 with Krillin on my team. And I assume it has to be that same Krillin every time. Alright. Node 12. What? I had Krillin on my team. Oh, maybe he wasn't Dokkan Awakened yet. That's probably what it was. This one's a little tough. Oh, maybe I should have swapped. Yeah, I can't, because I already selected key. Maybe I should have just triple swapped in one. That might have been a whoopsie. Hopefully we can dodge. Yeah, I think the idea here was that I only had this team build set up the way it was because of the requirements for the stage, and then I was just going to swap and use the other team. But then for some reason, I just started actively playing with it. That's my bad. Shouldn't have done that. $10 minutes, yes sir. Almost there. So, poetically enough, the very moment that we get back to, you know, almost being done with Frontier, they're gonna release more. You have a French embassy visit today, so L content drop. Well, I guess you're gonna have to get to it later. Unfortunate. Alright, well, 10 minutes. We'll see if we have enough time for both of these missions. I don't know if we will, though. If this is a one-phase fight, maybe. So just, like, one more turn and we'll be done with this. And then, we can maybe do, like, 5-minute runs on each of the other ones. I don't know, though. Probably only gonna have time for one more fight before we gotta switch over. Or the new stuff's dropping. Trust, they're dropping Tech LR, Gohan, and Piccolo in the Feather Shop. Yeah, that would actually be sick. If they dropped premium characters in the Feather Shop that were supposed to be, like, relevantly usable during that iteration of Frontier, that'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't hate that. $1,000 feathers per copy? Oh god. I mean, I unfortunately would do that. I would go find the easiest fight and just run it over and over and over again. I would find the easiest fight that can be won with only one of your teams. That way the other 3 units could be units I'm link leveling. And then I would just, link level 3 ES Gokus at one time while farming out all of my feathers. That's what I would do. How would I feel if the new meta link level stage was Frontier? Then I wouldn't mind, because it's going to be one stage that you have to learn. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't mind learning a stage and then playing that stage over and over with some type of a usable meta, right? Like, if you're link leveling units so fast that you're using, like, a measly team of 3, and your other 3 units could just be link leveled, and even only link leveling 3 units at once, you're actually gaining power level quicker than, like, 38-7 grinding, then hell yeah, I don't care, I'll play it. But again, it's just the same one stage over and over, so who cares? I would learn it, and the day I learned it, it would be ass, and then once I know it, it would be fine, right? That's my problem with all of these, is the fact that I spend all the time to learn it, or know how to do it, and then just to never do it again. So it's like, what's the point? Alright, we got time to squeeze one more in here. Node 14. We'll hit this one. Yeah, it's only one phase. Okay, again, I'm just gonna trust the rotations we had. I'll run in with this team. You just had a realization? Is Frontier even on the subpage? No, it's not. There is no Frontier on there, I don't believe. Because, like, Ultimate Clash is also not represented there, right? easy A's aren't represented there. Like, only, like, real stages. These aren't real stages, because they don't have, like, a map, and then, like, a thing you clear, and then, like, a result screen. Okay, this is probably the way to do this. Probably. And World Tournament, Cozy, and World Tournament. I figured that one was a little more obvious, is why I didn't include it. You're currently in the Daima phase of no item festival battles. That's exciting. Time to start dodging. Oh, everybody's sealed. Is that his intensity thing? Okay, I gotta swap. Everyone was sealed. Or it's just saying their super attack effects were sealed? No. I didn't read. I purposely did not read anything because I didn't need to. I saw the sealed icon on all of my characters. Why would it use the super attack sealed icon to let you know that your super attack effects are turned off? It used the seal icon. They should have different icons, no? And then it actually said the word sealed in the intensity description. It's not because they're stupid, it's because this game mode is stupid. They're not bad people, they just made a bad game mode. So, like, looking up at these little effects up here, it's good to know that that Goku Ginyu, the enemy Goku Ginyu's super attack effect can't be sealed. Good to know. Good to know. Okay, I mean, I guess looking at it more closely, it is actually a different symbol, so I'll give them that, but, like, holy shit. You have your one now? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. For being a member. Yep. I still need to change those, by the way. I still haven't updated the numbers to make them bigger. I keep forgetting to do this stuff. But I've been working on another side project recently that's been occupying a lot of that maintenance work time that I would be doing things like that, right? Which, by the way, Chewy, no spoilers, please. If we can avoid chatting about it, I would appreciate that. I do want to do a, kind of a reveal for the side project before, yeah, that's right. That's perfect. That's perfect. Oh, I did the node, but I didn't even put Krillin on my team, so I didn't get the points. Or I didn't get the mission done. Guys. Guys. Who's the required? Him? Okay. Let's do this, then. Oh. Hold on. Okay, hold on. There we go. Content dropping now if I want an excuse not to do it. I'm just gonna hit this real quick. Real quick here. We got this. We got this. Oh, so yeah, I was gonna say, like, I want to, do, like, a little teaser reveal, for the side project, but there's one more piece of the side project to work out, and it's the one piece of it that I don't know how to do on my own. The rest of it was just, like, busy work that needed to be done, and all that work is done, but now there's the next and basically final step to the process is working on something that I don't actually know how to do. So, yeah, the annoying part, exactly. So we got to get that all hammered out. I don't know how long that's going to take, and more importantly, I don't know what kind of hiccups we're going to run into with it, potentially, where it might delay the release of this special thing that I've been working on. I don't really want to announce it too far ahead, and then we end up having issues with it, and then it's a lot longer before it's ready. You know what I mean? Cooler time, baby. Cooler time. Here we go. Okay, I'm looking at the lineup for the banner right now. It is not good. It is very bad. Oh, yeah, it's very bad. Okay, it's 10 featured. We'll have to see what, like, the discounts look like and stuff. Obviously, we need to check the packs and everything. We're gonna do all that. No box space. Oh, wow. Okay. Alright, yeah, that is potentially really big. Here, hold your horses. One sec. We're about to go to the banner. One more turn in this godforsaken game mode, and then we can move on. Yeah, physical Final Form Cooler is on the banner. He is getting the Super Easy A, not AGL Cooler Core, right? He's in the 5th slot, too, not even at the end. Based on the picture I'm looking at, he's at the end. But I'm also looking at a screenshot from Dokkan Info, not the in-game banner. So I guess in the screenshot, they're listed in the order of release, not the order they appear in the Scouter, right? That is kind of weird. He's the 5th unit. Definitely a bit odd. Alright, there we go. Alright. And let's take a look. Oh, because he's in the banner image? Oh. What the? But that's... wait. No, he's not? Oh, is that the SSR? That's what the SSR art looks like? It's been so long since I've seen it. It looked like STR cooler. Gotcha. So yeah, we've got, Super Saiyan 3, Daima, Mini Vegeta, Ant Fat Boo, Frieza, Gohan and Piccolo, 17 and 18, and Turles. And 17 and 17. Yeah, this is just not a good banner. There's way too much going on here, right? Just summon points available. They haven't offered any type of discounts or anything. And then it's basically already been confirmed to us, but we're going to go ahead and double verify that there's no box space in the packs. This is, pretty bad. I don't know about worst banner of all time, but, I mean... Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, interesting. Just saw another little, neat tidbit. We're going to have to go over to the shop here in a sec. Right. No box space, huh? Cool. Good news for my wallet today, I guess. Wait, is it only 2? It's only 2 levels. Interesting. So not only is the banner not great, these are also not the best discounts available ever. That's a little bit neat. Okay. Okay. Peep this, chat. You can get the banner unit with pity. Look at that. That's new, right? They've never done that before. Yeah, maybe that is what they did last time. But it was, again, dual Dokkan Fests. So, with dual Dokkan Fests, you're gonna have more packs overall, so it makes sense to do that, right? Yeah, holy moly. That's kind of cool. Because, yeah, with the last one, it was just the 2 Dokkan Fests available, right? But now, you can literally get the new banner unit. That's, I'm pretty sure, the first time they've ever done that. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, they added another category for these. I'll have to buy those later. He costs 200? Weren't these normally 150? Or am I tripping? Are the 120 leads always 200? Because, like, God Beerus is... Or, God Beerus. Just Beerus is, like, 150. Interesting. Seems overpriced. More Whis grinding for me. Yep, it'll never end. It'll never end. I'm, in fact, going to buy those tickets right now. Or spend those tickets to get the equips. I want to see what category it is anyway. Target Goku. Okay. Just got probably a panel mission. Yep. Okay. What else we got? What else we got? I don't know when the, like, if the event content has dropped. Yeah. Oh, this is a challenge event. Oh, it's this too. It's this too. Okay. It's DB story, that's why. Nice. There's no mission. There's no mission for grinding enemies. The cooler challenge event is a 1 stage a day gimmick thing. This is. Okay. Let's go take a look. Wait, it doesn't look like it's limited to once per day. You just mean like, oh, like a new stage is gonna release every day. In stage 16, I see, okay. Charges. There's gonna be... Interesting. Okay. Alright, well, I'm probably gonna ignore that for a little bit then. And then do, like, basically all of it at once or something. Oh, is there tickets from, Seriously Serious? There is... Just from clearing it, right? Okay, let's do this first. Let's do Seriously Serious. T-Conk. Could be better. Could be better. Who are we facing? Well, we know who we're facing. What does he do? Okay, he just gets pretty defensive. I guess we go Goma lead. This isn't really the best category at the moment. There's also... Like, a lot of the strongest units here are AGL, which is unfortunate. Oh, wait. Excel Battle's probably not going to span enough of these enemies. Or enough of the allies I have. Let me take a look. And Goma's there? Hold on. Okay, okay. So what do we do this? Because he's not... I mean, he's already a 200% lead for Demonic Power. There's really no reason... Or for Terrifying Conquerors. There's really no reason, if we're going to put him on the team anyway, for him not to be the leader, right? So yeah, I guess we can, take off that toggle. And then we just have access to a way bigger unit pool, right? Which obviously, like, okay, Int is going to be a desired typing. I mean, like, this guy's not terrible. Let's see, let's see. Who else do I want to use? Oh, Raditz is easy aid now. I almost forgot. He's kind of incredible at the moment. Is there anybody else that I'm, like, forgetting about that got a recent buff or something? Let's see. We might just throw Karlik Jr., because he is good, but he has type disadvantage, so I'm trying to avoid that. Because we do also have, HL Golden Frieza. But again, the whole type disadvantage thing. Attempting to avoid. We already have 2 units with type dis. Here, maybe let's go Nappa. Let's try this. There's a Rainbow Team mission. Did I accidentally meet the requirements for that? AGL, Int, Tech, STR, Physical. Yeah, I have it. I have the Rainbow mission. I'm good. That actually, coincidentally, worked out really well. Okay, this could be a really, really killer start, or it could be really bad. Just depends, just depends. He's got charges. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, useless heal right at the beginning. We love that. Nice, we're doing very well right now with Goma. Oh, double supers, okay. Nice. Dude, the friend Goma is killing it. He didn't get hit a single time. That's actually so sick. Kinda love that for us. Alright, we'll have to see what it looks like once he gets to the core. Hopefully he doesn't heal, so that at least all the damage we're doing right now will be, like, relevant. And I'm actually going to avoid using actives until we get to that transformed state. Is probably going to be wise. 4 million defense. Surely we can rely on him as our slot 1. Surely. What do we think? Oh, these orbs are so bad. Okay. Oh my god, these orbs are so bad. I guess that. There's not really much I can do here. The orbs just suck so bad right now. Alright, let's see what we take here. If we're okay with Nappa or not. Oh yeah, he's chilling, he's chilling. Alright, we're also on the first phase, so. She just took 1 million from a super? Uh-oh. Is that what we have to look forward to? You have corrupted trunks? Okay. Interesting choice for the build. Alright, at least we get the additional super. That's helpful. Alright, yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking. We're not doing, like, any damage at all, but, you know, we're still, we're surviving. I think that's the idea here. Survive long enough to, outlast the charges. And, again, I think we're just gonna stockpile everything. I'm gonna straight up save all this stuff from coming from Goma here. Really quick, because I can't remember off the top of my head. Okay, when the character is the second attacker at the start of the turn, meaning put him in slot 1. One time. So he's already chilling there. We're still gonna leave him slot 1 for now. Do I want to save those for Reddits? Yeah, let's do that. You don't have any recent Terrifying Conquerors characters, so you're trying to rely on free-to-play baby Super... Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Am I going insane? Literally the same 4 OSTs keep playing over and over in a row. Hold on real quick, chat. Literally, we keep getting Janemba. We keep getting, Physical Future Gohan. We keep getting Glorio. Like, the same OSTs are repeating over and over. I just killed the page so I can, like, reload it. Because, like, something is wrong with the shuffle. It is not happening. I thought I was going crazy earlier. I was gonna mention it, but that's like the 5th time I've noticed it. So, yeah. Brace for impact. I don't know if the volume... Oh, whoops. Actually, this whole time I had the volume up too high. It's because of when we watched the Sifra video. Oh, but it wouldn't have been because I still had this webpage loaded, so never mind. Okay. Is it going to function properly now? There we go. Holy moly. Yeah, Terrifying Conquerors is a little bit tough. If you don't even have Goma, yikes. Yeah. That's, could be better. Could be better for you. Okay, so it looks like he does keep the same HP threshold. I guess we start out with this. No reason why not. And no physical Majin Vegeta. Yeah, well, I'm joining you there. I don't have Dabura, I don't have physical Majin Vegeta. I've just got the type disadvantage ones, you know? Okay, this is the other Goma that we had to float, so he still needs his slot 1 turn in order to get that extra defense, so we gotta leave him slot 1 here. And then we can take all these physical orbs with Golden Frieza Gogeta. Perfect. Alright, let's see how we do here. Alright, super right away. We're going to be okay, though, because this is the active skill turn. Wow, still takes damage, though. Okay. I imagine that would hit a lot harder against someone a little less prepared for it, right? We are going to have to factor that in moving forward. That being said, we still do have a lot of turns of safety, because we have both of the Goma Giant forms that are going to be able to help us out, right? Oh, I suppose we also have the Nappa active skill. Maybe we should tag switch with Vegeta and use the Nappa active. That could be a thing as well. Let me, before I tag switch him, let me remind myself how that works. Oh, wait, it can only be used against multiple enemies, huh? Or when there is another Saiyan Saga category ally attacking in the same turn. Oh, we do have a Saiyan Saga ally attacking in the same turn. Because of Raditz. So we can potentially do that. Is it going to be more worthwhile to not take any damage on anyone, or... Probably, right? Let's do that. Alright, so we'll launch his active. Get that up. Perfect. And then, yeah, I guess we could just keep them linked. They're probably going to link a little bit stronger because of Saiyans. Alright. Here we go. This is nice, too, because we've been able to delay the, like, transformation of Goma and stuff. Oh, I think there's no reason why we don't use this. Hold on. And this enemy can't be stunned, right? Okay, yeah. There's no reason not to use it now, then. Just get some extra damage in there real quick. Oh, I also didn't double check. Okay, I don't know. He probably doesn't have an effect that rolls off later in battle, right? I was thinking, like, if he had defense early on that's gonna fall off, then that would be a reason to hang on to active skills, but it doesn't seem so. Alright, but yeah, getting to stack all these Gomas up before having to use their giant forms is kind of nice. Because those giant forms are going to be able to do extra potent damage with the stacking that we've gotten in first, right? Ooh. 200k, alright. Well, he's still stacking. He is still Mr. Stackin'. Bro, this fight has so much HP. This is actually insane. We're not doing damage with, like, anybody right now. This is a bit wild. Okay. How many hits have we taken? 1. We can still take 2 more. Okay, I think we're gonna be okay with Goma here. I am gonna save the Goma active. I'm gonna save it. Because I'm pretty confident I can live here, and it seems like I'm going to need a lot more turns in battle. Oh, of course he got hit now. And he's perfectly fine, because he still has all the damage reduction up. But he can only take 1 more hit before that privilege goes away, and that is the point where we're definitely going to need to rely on the giant form, right? Okay, there's the last hit. So yeah, he cannot be getting hit now. Good thing that's just a, just a normal attack, because holy moly. Okay. Now we have the ability to swap into Gogeta, which is probably going to be nice. We'll get a lot of damage in that way, right? Can we select 10 orbs? We can't, though. We only have 8. That still gives him a really good dodge chance. It's just not 100%, right? How many times has this Goma been hit? Oh, 0. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Rinse and repeat of the last turn then. Except for we are going to tag switch into Gogeta. We are. We just don't need to put him slot 1 here. Because we can still depend on Goma. But then, yeah, we're going to get a lot more damage output if we put Gogeta in the mix here, right? So, we can do that. And then I suppose it's worth trying to stockpile some orbs for future rotations, so. Who knows, we might need to try and rely on a slot 1 dodging Gogeta at some point before the fight is over, so. We'll just try to make sure to have a lot of tech orbs available at any given point. I'm a little bit worried that we're going to fizzle out, and that this team isn't going to have the staying power to finish this thing off. We're already about halfway done with all of our active skills and stuff. Granted, I guess those Goma Giant Form turns are going to be pretty ridiculous, right? Not only the active skill that we get in there, but all the extra damage and the turns of safety, so maybe we'll be okay. Maybe we'll be okay. But it is something on the horizon here that I'm just watching a bit, because I'm a bit scared about it. We'll see. Okay, yeah, this Goma has been hit, so he is not safe anymore. I'm actually considering... I'm considering using the Goma active right now. I feel like that's actually probably a really good idea right here, so hold on. We're gonna go ahead and activate Goma's active here. Perfect. Yeah, we did do a good bit of damage with that. That's nice. That's nice. We're probably not going to be able to avoid selecting some of these, green orbs. As much as I'd like to save them for Gogeta, looks like there's kind of a lot in the way And we also have the giant form turn, and then we have the whole regular rotation as well. So we really shouldn't sit here trying to avoid selecting them, right? We kind of just gotta bite the bullet on that one. Unfortunate as that is. Sure, we'll just get the 24 keys. Why not? Why not? He is going to be one of our decent, dependable damage dealers, after all. Well, maybe not quite. Not in this form. I guess he does need to stack a little bit harder for that to be the case. Alright, I want to make sure to see both super attacks launch from this Metal Cooler Core, because I'm pretty sure he could do 2. Or, I guess that was the first phase that was doing 2, so maybe he can't. Alright, that's it for Goma. But Goma is upwards of 1,000,000 defense now. I think we are still going to have to put him in slot 1, because I'm pretty sure that this guy's not tanking well right now, right? Let's see. Yeah, because he needs, like, Corroded Body Mine allies and stuff, which I don't have. When receiving an attack with 15 or more key spheres, he's got that 44%. I mean, he does have a lot of damage reduction, and he has type advantage. And we can get him up to 18 key here. Maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. But we need 3 Corroded Body and Mind allies, and we don't have that. Or wait, he should be CB&M, right? Oh, no, I guess not. Yeah, that wouldn't really make sense. We only have 1 then. And Boo Saga. Yeah, there's nothing else Boo Saga. So yeah, he doesn't really have enough. We probably just have to dodge here or we're dead. Wait, what about Raditz? 800k. Or not Raditz, Nappa. 800k. He has 50% damage reduction. What's our HP at? Full. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that we can depend on him either. He doesn't have quite enough DR. I mean, 50% DR is a lot, right? Okay. Let's just risk it all with Goma's dodging, I guess. It's only 60% dodge, so this could go south. This absolutely could go south. Hopefully it doesn't, though. Hopefully not. Maybe I should have swapped back to Vegeta for Lynx or something there. That could have been a play. That might have been a mistake to leave Nappa out right there. Hopefully it's not costly. Okay, at least we know Goma can take normals in this game mode. That's definitely good, right? Okay, and we are safe. We just made it through the turn, but... oh, I guess I didn't even think about the fact that... Wow. Yeah, that whole thing was a flop. We used Goma's giant form on purpose so that there would be no super attacks. We had literally nothing to worry about through that whole turn. I'm so silly for that. I should have just tried to focus damage. Would have been the more optimal play there, right? Okay, now this Goma has only been hit twice. So again, I still feel like I don't really need to use his active here. With that being considered, I think we're going to go ahead and not use it. Yeah. We've only got 3 orbs for Gogeta here. It's not the worst thing ever. And then we'll grab that. We're getting decently close to that Dokkan attack, which is kind of cool. Hopefully we're alive long enough to see that happen. We are going to get to pop the finish skill from Majin Vegeta on this next turn, so that'll be exciting. Oh no, Gogeta got hit. He didn't get enough orbs. Oh, that's so annoying. After all that. After all that. Unbelievable. Okay, well now we have a better friend lead to use. I don't know why it didn't suggest that to me last time. This is probably actually going to be a lot easier on this run. Well, I don't know about a lot, but, like, it will be easier because we have Deborah, right? Alright, well this is kind of an incredible turn 1, but we're back on the first phase, unfortunately. So we're not going to be doing much damage here at all. We did get pretty lucky with our opening setup here, having the two Deborahs linked together, right? Alright, Deborah's definitely supposed to dodge that. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay. What do we got here? What do we got here? We're gonna throw Goma slot 1 to get that extra defense up. Get that going with him right away. Don't really know why I put Nappa slot 2 there instead of slot 3. Is what it is. It's all good. Alright, I'm really hoping that we don't have to do this again. If we fail again, I might just bring a strong team in here and beat it real quick. Because I'm, like, not too hard-pressed to get these missions done at the moment. Probably going to be ending stream sooner than later. Did those new Frontier stages drop already? I wonder. Okay. Had to make sure I knew what was up with the, Deborah active skill. You haven't gotten out of phase 1 yet? Uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, it hasn't been that long. You haven't done that many attempts yet, right? Okay, that's pretty good. Doing a lot of damage at the end here of phase 1 is nice, because he can't heal it, right? He's not going to have an opportunity to heal any of that back. So this is going to be a big, bonus going into the final fight, right? Yeah, that's very, very good. 10-ish attempts so far? Damn. No bueno. The power of dying turn 1 because no dodge. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Okay, here we go. Phase 2. I think this is the point where we gotta start. We gotta get Nappa out. And then we're probably using Nappa active here. That way you can get targeted by some attacks and start stacking. And that's going to give us a little freedom around the rest of what we're doing for the turn. Unfortunately, not too much freedom, though. With, like, key selection and everything. That could have been better. Also, I probably should have just put AGL Nappa slot 2. There was really no reason, again, for me to float him like that. That was probably silly. I'm in the Frontier mindset where it doesn't matter. But yeah, I definitely should not have floated him just now. That's alright, though. Okay. We have another big boy turn in here. The struggle is this. I don't really want to break the rotations I have here. But I'm kind of going to have to. Because I'm going to go for the Gogeta, the tag switch this turn. Yeah. So yeah, with that, that means we'll be grabbing all these orbs. We're gonna still save Dabura's active, and then I guess we can get this going now. But yeah, this is a little unfortunate for them, because if I float them, they're not gonna get the full 5 turns of stacking before I do the finish skill. It's only gonna be 4 turns, and then I just have to launch it right away. But I think overall that's going to be more damage output, keeping Dabura on rotation than if I were to float Dabura, give them the better stacks for their finish skill, but then now I'm floating Dabura, right? I think this is better. So, we'll do this. Also, the person that got us absolutely killed last time, it makes perfect sense if we keep Gogeta aligned with Dabura, because Dabura has the ability to, activate a target skill mechanic for us, right? Which, I guess we do still have that with Frieza as well. So if we ever have a turn where Gogeta's not going to be able to dodge, we can just, kind of backtrack. Or switch back to Frieza, and then just use the target skill instead. Probably won't be as heavy damaging of a turn, but at least it'll keep us safe. So we don't have to try to depend on, like, a measly amount of dodge to keep us safe, since clearly we know that that's troublesome. Man, we're up to 70 mil with him? Oh my goodness. He's definitely contributing. Chewie, if you're not using this guy as your friend lead, you probably should be. He's doing so much damage, man. Wow, and he just doesn't stop either, huh? Love that. Okay, now we're probably going to go for the Goma active. And he's only been hit once. Just pondering. He's only been hit once. Let's not do it yet. We're gonna do this. Because even if he still gets hit by both of those attacks, he still has 99% DR through all of it, so that's fine. We're just gonna leave that. And then, technically it's better that I left Raditz on rotation here, but per staying safe in this rotation, and he did get hit by both, wow. Per staying safe in this rotation, I think it would have made more sense for me to put Raditz at the end. So that STR Nappa doesn't have to tank those attacks. But because the super attack already launched, I think we're going to be fine either way. You got annoyed and switched to a fun dodge team? Okay, cool, cool. Got annoyed with Terrifying Conquerors, I imagine, is what you mean. And that you're not doing that anymore. Can't blame you. I can't say I'm having the most fun myself. Seems like I am on my way to a victorious run, though. At the very least, that's one thing I can say. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I could use the Deborah active, but I really don't need to. Because I've got 10 orbs here from Gogeta, so he's just going to 100% dodge everything. And all the attacks are in slot 0, so I'm chilling now. Let's see if I can get some extra ki by tag switching. No. No. Dang, that's a bit unfortunate. Alright, well, he does do a lot of additionals. That's the good thing. So, we'll bite that bullet on Deborah. And then, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and, do Vegeta like this. Or keep Vegeta out rather than Nappa at this point. Because we're not really taking any more attacks, and Nappa needs to receive hits in order to build up, so... Like, I could put him slot 1, I guess, but I don't know that he would have been able to fully tank, so I'm kind of okay with what I did. I think this makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got a W here. With how much stuff we still have in the tank, and how much HP he's got left, I'm pretty sure this is a winning run here. We still got the finish skill, we still have both the Goma actives, or I guess we only have one Goma now. But we do still have the Goma active, right? Alright, there we go. The crit we needed. The crit we needed. Any crits will definitely be welcome here, because he's doing, like, next to no damage otherwise, right? Still a lot of attacks, but, like, if they're not critting, it's only doing so much for us, right? Even the crit normal did more than the super attack without crit. It's really funny. Okay, so we floated him, which means we have to use this now. We don't have any time left. Alright, so there's a fair bit of damage there. And then he will be on to dodging for the rest of the turn. Probably going to keep them linked, yeah? Yeah. I think also now we got to use Goma's active, because he has been hit 3 times, right? So yeah, let's go ahead and use that now. Go into the giant form, get rid of all the enemy effects for the turn. Get a little bit of damage in there. Nice. Okay, yeah, we're looking very, very good at the moment. Honestly, don't see how we don't win this at this point. Something pretty unfortunate would have to happen. We're going to have about a third, or like 2/3 of an HP bar left to take out on this final turn. So we should have a pretty easy time doing that. I can't imagine that's going to be too tough. Alright, yeah, that was a pretty good estimate. It's about 2/3 of an HP bar exactly. Okay, no Raditz active to use or anything. Shouldn't be a big deal, though. We should be alright here. Okay, let's grab 3 orbs here so we can at least get the 18 key with him. And then we'll do 4 there. Cool, and we can get all these AGLs. That worked out well. Nice, you finally made it to core. Awesome, awesome. That's exciting. I am actually about to beat the core. We're right there. We're right there. The core does not super multiple times. I did not notice them doing that. It's probably a high percentage, though, because it was launching slot 0 and slot 1 a lot. Okay, so we got all of the regular missions done. And then I believe we would have also gotten, let's see, a couple of these done, right? Okay, we only have a couple left. So we're going to have, what, the type disadvantage one? Oh, 4 turns, okay. Ooh, 4 turns is going to be interesting. Type disadvantage I can't imagine is going to be too hard. That's probably, like, a Terrifying Conquerors, AGL Terrifying Conquerors build with, like, UI Goku on the team or something. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Let me see. Oop. There we go. Okay, so yeah, if we did full AGL, it would look like this. Oh, it actually does get a little bit interesting. You're like 1 unit short. What does he do? Per Terrifying Conquerors, attacking in the same turn. All allies are Corroda Body and Mine guards. First attacker in the turn. I mean, he's probably good enough for normals, but I don't know if I would rely on him too heavily. Probably not. Probably not. Okay, maybe I'm not as correct about this as I thought I was. That's looking a little bit tough. Just a little bit tough. Yeah, it's that last AGL unit that's a little bit tough. To be able to do, like, a full Terrifying Conquerors build. Because I was just thinking of being able to use, like, Dabura as a friend lead or something, right? Because a lot of these AGL units are, like, not going to do damage. So yeah, this is probably not the way. Probably not the way. I suppose there's more you could have done with, like, the sub-leader skills. Because Goma has a secondary leader skill, and so does Dabura, so maybe there would have been some other options, but it's alright. We're not going to run that right now anyway, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and summon. What is this mission? Oh, it's from that. I see. Yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can get, him. There should be a... Perfect, yep. We have got a ticket banner here. There's so many options on this banner. I can't imagine we're actually going to get this guy. There's no way. If I don't get one of the new releases, though, and I am still going to get someone on the banner, I'd be okay if it was them. I don't think I have them rainbowed yet. I don't think I have them rainbowed either, actually. There might be a couple of dupes I can use for some of these units. I do not want to see Int Fat Boo. I can never stop pulling Int Fat Boo. I actually do still need dupes for him, too. Alright, let's see how we do. Yeah, that's a nothing. That is definitely a dud multi. I know a dud multi when I see one. Alright, fantastic. There we go. That was Buns. Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Okay, we gotta do an artificial life forms character. A revenge character, which is also the free-to-play Metal Cooler Army. Powerful Comeback, which is just a unit that has a revive. Okay. Resurrected Warriors, which is also the Metal Cooler Army. I just clicked on that one, cool. And the last one is Wicked Bloodline, which is also Metal Cooler Army. So I'm going to do the Metal Cooler Army team, led by a unit that can revive. Alright. Powerful Comeback. We'll just do movie bosses lead. That way all of the... I'm silly. All the Metal Cooler Army units are on a leader skill there. There we go. And we're not doing optimal percentages or anything, but I also don't care. We're not earning anything I need, so it's fine. Oh god. Gotta make sure to go left here. No! I was glancing at chat, I accidentally went into a battle. Gonna try our best not to do that moving forward, if we can avoid it. AGL MUI needs to dodge 1 to win. Will he sell the run? No, he'll never sell. You got this. Danchin, you only got the pity copy? Oh no. It's tragic. Sorry about it. It's one of the unfortunate side effects of summoning on every banner, is that you're not always going to get lucky. I will admit that you have been getting consistently unlucky, I've noticed, but also you're choosing to summon on every banner, so. That in and of itself, you're signing yourself up for what you're getting. Not like the bad luck, but just the fact that, like, the bad luck is going to hurt more. When you summon on every banner, it's also going to matter more. Because if you save up in between banners, and make sure that you have a lot of resources to summon on a banner, even if you don't get what you need out of it, it's not the worst thing. If you have to, like, go really far to get it, just because you didn't, like, just do that to yourself on the previous celebration, right? But also, in a situation like this, it was more bound to happen. It's a 10 featured unit banner, so it's not really that surprising that you had to go to Pity to get a copy, right? After all, that's why Pity is there. Because it is perfectly reasonable to assume that you won't have gotten one by the time Pity is available to you. Especially with a 10 featured unit banner like this. Yeah, I don't know. After seeing the banner here, I definitely wouldn't recommend that anybody summon. Probably not a good idea. Physical Cooler Super Easy A is kind of hype for you. Yeah. Yeah, hype for me too. It'd definitely be... I mean, I guess they did just release a new cooler, like a headliner, but it would be nice if Wicked Bloodline would be in a better place. So that a super easy A like this wouldn't be, like, struggling to find a spot in the meta, but just has, like, this killer Wicked Bloodline team to already be run on, right? So yeah, little unfortunate that that isn't going to be the reality, but who knows? We don't know what the Part 2 LR is. You know, maybe there's an entire Wicked Bloodline team right around the corner. And we've got more buffs to come. He was your favorite of the 120 supports? Yeah, he's one of my favorites of them. I think I like the Super Saiyan Force better, though. Maybe I should be bringing a Piccolo Jr. friend lead, because if we're going to be fighting all of these metal coolers, there's probably going to be multiple enemies per stage sometimes, right? I guess maybe it was just that first stage. Your free ticket was worse than mine. Do you win something? No. Sorry about it. Oh, why does that... Hold on. That's so weird. I cropped the chat box earlier because I noticed that some people's messages, or like that the messages were all off to the right side and there was like empty space there. But I don't know why it's showing some people indented like that. But then like Danshin's name goes all the way to the left. It's a bit odd. The metal cooler chip thing isn't out yet in Baba. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. Long name? Well, no, but then his name would go that way. It doesn't... That wouldn't make sense. Why would it extend the name that way? Just so all the chat messages are, like, even in a line? I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Something in the panel missions with it? Okay. Gotcha. Stop sign fights. There are none, okay. Oh, that was... Oh, okay. I got lucky there. Shouldn't have left both threes on this on the board. Because if I got a third one, I would have been forced into a fight there. Okay, unfortunately didn't get Piccolo Jr., but I was smart enough to think to bring him. It's part of the new 100 Stones Cooler Takeover thing with the new Cooler Daily event. Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, yeah, then it's probably something that they're waiting for more stages to release in that event, or for it to be done first, right? Oh, just the core. Okay, it's probably not going to be multiple enemies here either. Okay. That should be good for the Dragon Ball story event here. Pretty sure that was everything we had to do for it. We'll see if we made an oopsie. I don't think so. Should be all missions. Yeah. Cool. Okay, probably more panel missions cleared from that. Yep, one more there. Oh, there's more here. Oh, it's these. Okay, I see. So we're going to be earning a bunch of these that we can use for something. Okay. Interesting. Big Getty Star Chip. Oh! Got it. It wants us to use or defeat 40 Metal Cooler. But I'm assuming that can be done anywhere. And we also have a challenge event coming up and the Dokkan event to run multiple times. So I don't think that we need to spam the story event to get those 40 Metal Coolers killed, I'm thinking. That's probably going to happen naturally as we do the other content. So I'm not even going to bother spamming for that now. I guess we might as well go do the Dokkan event, right? We haven't done it yet. Oh, and there's probably missions for it, too. Yeah. Three movie bosses, rainbow, no item 5 turn. Okay. Did you see that you can buy the banner unit from Pity now? Yeah, I did see that. It's kind of cool. That's definitely something they should have done a long time ago. But definitely a good side update for sure, yeah. I don't mind it. I bet you Truth is going crazy about that one. That's probably huge for him, right? He got 8 colds, he's missing a cooler. Gotcha. Well, I mean, like, before he started summoning, he probably was jumping up and down about that, because it's potentially going to help him at some points in the future, right? Maybe it didn't this time, but that doesn't mean it won't in the future, right? Yep. I mean, yeah. Yes, the R Cyclopean Guard still drops. I noticed that when I played Stage 1. There's no reason that it wouldn't have, though. They never change things like that. Any unit that's been free-to-play available to you, and then got, like, that event got revamped into a Dragon Ball story, all free-to-play units are still there. Like, even in the Saiyan Warrior Race one, you still have the like, tech rare Kid Gohan. That one is still there after it revamped into a Dragon Ball story event. Yeah. Well, in Dokkan Info, it doesn't say that because he does not drop from the final boss. You'd have to go on, like, the fandom to see, like, the extra drops that come from different parts of the stage. But, yeah, is it actually marked as unattainable on that website? That's interesting. Because, yeah, it's always been available from that event. It doesn't drop from the final boss. Because the final boss drops the AGL one. The physical one drops from all the subsequent fights that you do along the way until you get to the final boss. So it's not listed as a final boss drop reward. It is on Dokkan Database? Okay, that's good. Alright, and that is going to be all she wrote on the Dokkan event. No reason for me to grind it any further. Got my Dragon Stones, got my free medals, got my power level from doing the stage, and my quest clear increase. Oh, what did I fuck up? Rainbow? Alright. Back into the Dokkan event, everybody. Hell yeah. I didn't put int. And I almost put this Broly on the team, too. There's also not physical. Jesus. Hindsight, it was kind of a bad idea to come back in with the same team. I probably should have just switched to the meta team and made it a rainbow version of it. But it's fine. It's not going to cost us too much in the end, just because ultimately, like, I don't plan to grind this easy, or this Dokkan event anyway, right? If I were going to sit here and run it to get hundreds of medals, then probably would make more sense to switch the team. But I don't really care right now. It's fine. The most ideal thing is going to be to get back to link leveling, which we are going to do very soon. We're not going to be streaming very much longer here. Just kind of figured while there was some content to do, we might as well do it on stream. Oh, did Frontier drop? I don't... Okay, here's my thing. Not only do I hate Frontier. I'm also really bad at Frontier. And genuinely, it helps me when the stages have already been out for a little while. Other people have played them, and then I can try it on stream, and people can yap at me in chat and tell me what I'm doing wrong. But if they're brand new fights, then I'm not going to know anything, just like you guys won't know anything. And it's probably, ultimately, the name of the game there is time loss, right? It's just going to take me a lot longer to clear those stages without being able to have reliable tips from chat to work off of, which just means it's going to be a lot more time taken away from link leveling that I'm spending on that. And for a game mode that I don't enjoy playing, I'm not going to sign myself up for that. So, regardless of if the new Frontier stages have released tonight, I think I'm going to go ahead and not play them. I will wait for another stream to do so. Okay, there we go. Now we got all those missions done. And that was some more coolers killed is probably what this is. Oh yeah, because doing the Dokkan event, and then there's all these we can collect. Okay. So then yeah, let's actually double check just because I'm curious if they came out. Okay, they haven't released yet because I'm still at 92%. Cool. In that case, I guess we could do... Let's do stage 16 real quick, then. We're already in doing other content mode, so we might as well. So we can get this general mission done. Stage 16 with Krillin on the team. Let's do this one real quick. It's a 3-phaser, huh? Okay. Okay, I'm assuming they're required. Yeah. Why? Oh. It's this stage. Okay, but I do have to clear this with Krillin on my team. Somehow. Probably gonna have to be this. What do the intensity levels look like? Or wait. Wait. Where's the thing that tells you... Wait, can I not get... So I already know... I'm confused. There is... Okay. This fight right here. None of these missions can be cleared. Does it specify? The mission cannot be completed if there's a special guest on your team. Okay, so it does tell you that for these. So let me look at this. Okay, it doesn't have the same text here. So I can actually complete this mission with a guest unit on my team. Alright, I needed to know that. Yeah, I did notice that there were no stop signs. They don't want you to fight against metal coolers. They don't want you to grind fight against metal coolers. Do not do that. Do not do that. You only need to fight like 40 metal cooler enemies by the time you've finished all of the story event, and then your Dokkan event grinding, and then the challenge event. You're going to be way overdone on that, so you don't need to grind those. You do not need to grind those. Would not recommend it. They're also trying to make sure that we don't have another link level stage. Because, yeah, if there's like all stop sign which makes it a better link leveling stage. So that's now actually completely busted. Which, it was already busted because the whole point of doing that stage was the fact you didn't have to spend stamina, because you could just spend keys to link level, and now you can't because it's always available. But now it's literally not a thing, because you would have to manual it, so, yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. Oh, the community challenge thing? Oh, I forgot to look at that. What, where do I see that? Where do I go? Is it like an in-game thing? Is it like a social media competition? Like, what's... You guys remember when we used to get those, we used to get those missions that would be like a separate set of missions that were like time limited for that celebration, and they would be like little competitions where if like you are put in this little local bracket, and then whoever does like runs whatever stage the most amount of times, you'd be like ranked at the top of it and stuff. Or when they've done them where it's like global versus JP in the old worldwide download celebration setups. It's in the news? Okay. Alright, I'll check after this fight and see about it being in the news here. But yeah, I think this is the last thing I'm going to do, because the only other thing I haven't done yet is the new, like, Metal Cooler Challenge event of whatever kind. But I think I'm just going to wait on that one. I don't really feel like figuring it out on my own. If it is going to be something different and new, I'd rather just watch some videos about it before I take it on. Again, in the interest of saving myself some time. So, probably won't bother with that one for tonight. And then, I did mention I'm going to wait on the ROG mission until after the damage cap gets increased, because we now know that that's coming on, like, June 4th. And then I'll go for that one at some point after that. But yeah, so it's looking like this is going to be just about all for the stream. Just about. We're getting there. I actually don't even know if we're going to beat this. I'm not sure if my team builds have got me set up proper. I mean, surely, right? Surely. With the LR Goku and everything, we should be fine here. I'm hoping. Okay, should be okay here. I don't even think I'll need additional attacks. They have been negated, but I should be okay without them. Hopefully one attack from Frieza and one attack from Piccolo Gohan just gets us to the next phase. And then I could probably do a tag switch immediately. Yeah. Let's go ahead and swap. Alright, and then this works out actually decent. We've got full Frieza with the full passive up because of Goku being here. Hopefully this AoE is disturbing for Krillin. If it is, then we might get that transformation from Goku a little bit quicker. Perfect, we got the Dokkan attack ready to go. Yeah, we should be in a good position here. Truth is already 7k stones in with only 4 coolers. You mean 3 coolers, right? Because if he had 4 coolers, he'd be done. Okay, I think I'm going to wait until that final phase to activate the Dokkan attack, in fact. Man, I'm really hoping we don't get killed right here. I don't think it's super likely. I think our team is kind of overpowered comparatively. It's just I don't want something dumb to happen. I feel like there have been so many times in this game mode where just something dumb happens and then all of a sudden I'm back at the start of the fight. Alright, we get the loss from Krillin, which is good. Because that's how we're going to be able to transform with Goku. Alright, there we go. Let me make sure of this intensity meter stuff. Oh. All-out attack to enemies' actions. The all-out attack is in slot 2. Does it disable dodge? Oh, dodge is disabled right now. Oh, uh-oh. Maybe I need to swap. I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna swap real quick. Can you swap again? You can't. Okay. And then I'll probably just swap back on this next turn, so we can take advantage of, like, Super Saiyan Goku and stuff. Just need to get rid of some of those intensity meters. We had been on the one side too long, right? Oh, wow, that was big damage from them. I guess it makes sense, since they're, like, the, designated unit for the fight. They're boosted here. That's not too bad at all. Alright. Just do one last, swap, and we should be good to go here. We're still on intensity 4, which is not the best, but it's alright. Alright, there we go. Okay, now I'm done with Frontier. That is literally actually the last thing I can do in Frontier, because I don't have that unit, so whatever percent we're at now, that's it. Yep, 93. The other 7% I can't do, because it's literally all in one mission. It's like all on one fight, and I don't own the character that you need to be able to clear the node, like the missions for the node, so... That is Frontier all done for now. We finally caught up, and they're going to release more. It's probably tonight, at some point. That's fun. Okay, there was something in the news we were going to look at. It's now been so long I can't even remember. Oh my god, what a horrible Baba Shop reset. Look at this. I haven't bought anything in here yet, but it's all just Awakening medals. That's probably the worst possible Baba Shop that you can get. That's so bad. The hell? Okay. So you get a sticker at the end. Cool. Okay. Wait. Huh? Oh, I see. So if we take down 100 million total between the community, then we get 100 stones total. Oh, these things can be exchanged for dragon stones. The number of dragon stones available for exchange will increase based on the number of metal coolers defeated by all players. Okay, cool. Makes sense. Up to 100. I still wouldn't worry about it. I'm pretty sure they usually make those very easy to hit. Yeah, if the community is only barely capable of doing the 100 million, then they never would have set it that high. Never would have set it that high, so. Wait. Did we actually... We didn't actually confirm what's on the web store. We kind of need to. Alright, well, we're going to get back into link leveling. Let's go visit the web store real quick. I'm actually going to save that boost. I have been using my boosts. I have been using my boosts when all of my characters are link level 1. When I just finished a team. Because that way I can play on manual and get the most amount of animations skipped at once. Kind of a W strat that's been going on lately. Oh, here, I guess I might as well show you guys. I don't think there's much going on with it. I could probably buy that. 2 days and 17 hours. This is gonna reset before the point system resets, so I can probably pick that up. Yeah, nothing else crazy. Just dupes of the packs. Right here. Which obviously won't have any box space in them. You get extra Kais on the web store. That's nice. Yeah, okay. Nothing crazy going on in here. And then the points do end at, on the 31st. Yeah, okay. I am very, very curious to see about this. If it's just gonna be June itself, or if it'll be June and July. I kind of hope it is June and July. Because I probably won't be finishing off this system every time. Like on a monthly basis, no way. But it's ideal to get to here. But this is $100 a month you have to spend in order to get these extra 15 guidance keys, right? Without a doubt, I'll be able to get these every month. 15 bucks a month is nothing. Even if I just had to like shell out and go buy a stone pack or something, that's not that bad. But the 100 a month is the real kicker. It's easy to do 102 months for sure, but 101 month, I'm probably only doing that if they're releasing box space in every pack. So, the fact that they didn't for this one means I'm already down on some money that I would have been spending for the month. So, I don't know. If it's 1 month, I might not even get these this time. Okay. Well, just wanted to glance at that. Make sure there wasn't anything crazy going on. I'm getting pinged. Oh. Shout out Leo. Shout out Leo. I imagine isn't in chat because he's got me on a TV screen right now. Oh, man. Alright, well, I don't know. I don't think there's anything else we need to do before the stream ends. That was kind of the only things. We're just chilling at this point. I do work in the morning, and I also want to finish getting a YouTube video ready to go so I can post it. So, we're probably going to be finishing up here. I think that's going to be just about it for the stream. Not too much else to entertain you guys with. I know you would love to sit here and watch me link level all night long, but I do prefer to do some other things with my life while link leveling. And as sad as it is to say, I can link level faster off stream because I can start manual link leveling, right? So yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and finish up here. But thank you guys for hanging out. It was fun. Probably going to go tune into somebody else's stream now. I might go check if Truth is still struggling. Or something like that. But alright. Farewell, chat. It has been fun. Sorry, Leo, who apparently just got here. You're just going to have to rewind and enjoy the stream from the beginning, I guess. Alright. Well, thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate everybody for being a part of the festivities and the shenanigans this time around. It was a shorter one, but we will be back very soon. Oh yeah, actually Dokkan Day is coming up, so we are absolutely going to be back very, very soon, because we will be live for Dokkan Day, as we usually are. So I will see you guys in a couple of days for Dokkan Day, but for now, it's going to do it for this one. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and I will catch you guys next time. Peace.